Hello there, everyone, and welcome to another episode of Super Casperless, the only Smash Bros. Themed podcast where I get tortured every single episode. Why? Why is he the way he is? I don't
Even
know.
on the ones I wasn't there?
Even on the ones where you weren't there, because I had Way Off Trail there instead.
Certainly a
never
fate.
ends.
A horrible fate, yes.
Indeed. But we've got another Roster Redux episode here for you. We've done everything up through Super Smash Bros. Brawl so far, which now we get to the one that has the worst name in the whole series. The Super Smash Bros. For Wii U and 3DS. Seriously, Sakurai. Why? You could have done something better than that. Like, anything. Literally anything.
Super Smash Brothers, fuck.
I stand by what I said. Literally anything would have been better. But to continue the trend that we've been going here so far, yeah, we've had a different guest every episode, and that continues. In fact, today isn't just a new guest to this series, it's actually a new guest to the entire show. Every other guest we've had so far, we've had on the podcast at least once in the past. But today, we have roped somebody new into the shenanigans, and we'll see if they're able to escape by the time we're done here. So, who's the latest victim? Who are you?
Hello?
Hello?
Hello? What is this?
What is this? Oh, that's a great question. Tomfoolery in a bottle.
Sounds like my cup of tea. Hello, my name is Aza, RoboAZA. I'm a robot VTuber, and I have no knowledge of Smash, so I don't know why I was invited here, honestly.
Because we thought it would be fun. And
oh, great.
We wanted people with different perspectives. And you're not the only person that wasn't super knowledgeable of Smash that we've had in here. The guest we had for our last episode wasn't super knowledgeable, but you know what? You don't really need to be. You just need to know games and not know the exact same games that we do, because that makes it more interesting for us. Otherwise, it'd just be like, all right, so we both have the same characters. Ah, dang. Where's the fun in that?
Well, welcome. I'm happy. We haven't had a robot on since Jake in episode 1, so I'm happy with this.
What?
Well, yeah, he doesn't play video games.
But
Yes?
back to the robot part.
Uh-huh. What about it?
You know what? Never mind.
You sure?
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe we'll introduce you someday. Robot crossover.
If you say so.
We do. Oh, hey, look, Way Out Trail just went live. That darn awful person.
Sly Cooper for Smash.
Oh, God. Yes, though. Come on. Those are such good games. If only it was possible at that part of the timeline, I would have been like, let's do it. But unfortunately.
Yep.
That said, before we can get into the main bit of tonight, we're going to be picking out more characters to be added to our Smash roster. We got to go over what we have so far, just as a bit of a reminder to both ourselves and to any of the some amount of people that might be listening to this. I don't know. If you're out there, we appreciate you. Seriously,
Gabe, we appreciate you. Thanks for listening.
I don't know what he just said, but yes.
Yep.
So, let's go ahead and go over the 55 characters that are already in Smash, according to us. For the Mario games, we've got Mario, Bowser, Luigi, Peach, Bowser Jr., and Paper Mario. Donkey Kong's given us Donkey Kong, Diddy Kong, and King K. Rool. For The Legend of Zelda, we have Link, Ganon, Ganondorf, Zelda, Tetra, and Midna. Metroid has Samus and Ridley. Kid Icarus has just Pit. Punch-Out just has Little Mac. Mystery of the Murasami Castle has Takamaru. Yoshi has Yoshi. Kirby has Kirby,
Yoshi.
Meta Knight, and King Dedede, Yoshi. From Earthbound, we've got Ness. From Fire Emblem, Marth, Tiki, Ike, and Lindis. I forgot. I thought we had more there for a moment. From Star Fox, we've got Fox, Wolf, and Crystal. Falco is crying in his bed right now. Pokemon's got Pikachu, Mewtwo, Meowth, Feraligatr, Blaziken, and Lucario. F-Zero has Captain Falcon, Wario has Wario, the Game & Watch has Mr. Game & Watch, Shin Onigashima has Donbei and Hikari, Pikmin has Olimar, Rob has Rob, Animal Crossing has Tom Nook, Chibi Robo has Chibi Robo, and then there's all the third parties with Castlevania having Simon, Mega Man having Mega Man X, Bomberman having Bomberman, Metal Gear having Solid Snake, Street Fighter having Ryu, Banjo-Kazooie having Banjo and Kazooie, Sonic the Hedgehog with Sonic, Pac-Man with Pac-Man, and Kingdom Hearts with Sora. Tonight, we'll be discussing somewhere around 60 characters, although I'm sure they won't actually be 60, because we'll have some crossover between our lists, and then we'll be adding 20 more to this pack of characters for a total of 75.
Wee.
Oh boy.
So, all of those are the characters that are already in, huh?
Yep. Every single one of them.
We put all of those in there.
Yep.
Ain't that just the way?
Yes.
Wow.
I'm not sure what you're getting to, but yes, these are true statements.
There are so many of them. Yes.
You're being weird, and I don't like it.
What else is new?
Oh, that's such a good question. But with that said, let's go ahead and get things underway. As in previous episodes, we're going to be going one by one, revealing one character from our list at a time that we would like to nominate and discuss for the as additions to the Super Smash Bros. For Wii U and 3DS roster of Smash. We'll be going in order of me, Jonno, and then our latest guest, RoboAZA. And then once all of our characters have been revealed, it's time for the debate and for tears and bloodshed and possibly being locking up 2 or 3 of us in a small room with a tiny knife and just seeing who the heck gets to make a decision, because, oh god.
Jeez.
Sounds like a fun Friday night.
You're right! One or more of us may not have to pay taxes the next day.
Count me
Isn't
in.
that the best part?
Friday night at Zantok's parlor.
Yes, my parlor that I have, that I'm famously known for having, with a deck.
Yeah.
I've got
Yes.
a yacht.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah,
Excellent.
it's
Maybe we can all hang out on the Yakta.
Maybe. But a character that doesn't need a yacht?
No.
The first character that I'm going to be going over tonight. It's a character that I've been saying, where the fuck are they? I want them. Give them to me. I've tried nominating them multiple times in the past and I've been denied. Give me the goddamn balloon fighter from Balloon Fight! He's just a little NES character guy. He floats around on his balloons. He avoids
awesome.
lightning and clouds and spiky balls. And he would be fun to have. And god damn it, I've nominated him twice before, and I'm so sick of him not making it.
Anyone who avoids spiky balls is a friend of mine. Oh yeah, it's my turn. Okay. So, strong start with Balloon Fighter. An old friend returns to the consideration table once again. Okay, I'm gonna go for... Some may call him a soldier, and he isn't necessarily a friend of many robots, but he probably would like RoboAZA. He is a hero, you may say. Some might disagree. He's awfully humble, and he is from a colony, and close to his final homecoming ceremony.
I swear to God.
He just wanted to retire, and the mysterious giant came along
The
and
urge to shout your full name like a condescending parent right
and
now.
and killed him. Actually, that's pretty close to Shulk's backstory at the beginning with Metal Face, and yeah. Who do you think I was gonna say?
I'm not getting into it. I'm not falling for your bait, sir.
One love from Wamba. Anyway,
My go?
yeah, Shulk is here. Yeah, your turn.
Your go.
Good? Okay, all right. Well, this guy,
The arrows are down.
he's very inevitable even.
I heard inedible. I was like, what?
Definitely not edible. You know what? This is just for the memes, honestly. Motherfucker, Waluigi, get him in here.
Get that motherfucker in here, indeed. Also, like Balloon Fighter, he's been nominated, I think, twice so far and hasn't made it yet. Mario has a lot of tough competition with its character choices.
He is indeed quite edible, I would say.
Depends on your taste.
Yeah, if it's good.
I'm no.
He was an esteemed guest on this show not long ago.
Well, I mean that was like almost a whole season ago.
Yeah, he was great. Too bad you weren't there.
Yeah, unfortunately, I did have to miss that episode. It was a real shame. I think we're going to go ahead now. So when I was building my characters for this roster, I wanted to look back at some series that we had added characters to in like the first two episodes and be like, okay, we added this series with a playable character, but we have kind of like haven't done anything else for them since. They've only just got the one character. So I want to see like, okay, maybe we can do something about that. I don't know if these characters will make it through the whole show, but I feel like they should at least be talked about. And one of the ones I want to consider here is King Hippo from the Punch-Out games. He's more or less the primary antagonist, a much larger fighter than Little Mac is. And the nice little thing is, hey, while Punch-Out didn't really have much going for it after Super Nintendo, in between Smash 4 and Smash Brawl, there was a little game called Punch-Out for the Wii. So it's not like he's too obscure anymore.
Yeah, I loved how they executed Punch-Out on the Wii, and given how simple that formula is, I'm actually kind of surprised they haven't tried it again so far. I mean, the Switch would be obvious for it.
Instead of we got arms.
Oh, woohoo! Yay! Yeah, cool. Nice choice. Also indicative of the Wii era and the times. Actually skip through Brawl. Mildly surprising, but here is their canonical inclusion in Smash 4 era. It's the Mii. It's the Mii. Yeah, just a solo dolo thing. Spoilers, I didn't go for the trio of the Brawler, the Sword Fighter, and the Gunner. I figure you can approach it one of two ways here, or maybe three. The Mii can just be like a referential of the Wii era games, like Wii Play or Wii Sports, or be a Mii athlete. Or you can engage with Gunner, Sword Fighter, and Brawler moves all in one. Bada bing, bada boom.
I mean, Smash 4 did introduce custom moves, so you could just mix and match.
You can. That does kind of muddy the water with the DLC. How they were able to dictate like, oh, this is Gino's a gunner and whoever is a sword fighter. They wouldn't necessarily like, but I don't think it's a huge aesthetic issue. We'll get to it.
I mean, you can also just choose who you want to have where the normals come from or something. I don't fucking know.
Yeah, true. Okay, back to Asa. Yep.
Hey, okay, here's another game that's very indicative of the Wii. I think the last game actually for it was on the 3DS. The absolute absolute bane of rhythm game players everywhere. From Rhythm Heaven Fever, Karate Joe.
Yes. Excellent.
He punches fruit, right? Or is he the one punching ninjas? I can't remember.
He punches a lot of things.
That's fair. That's fair. I've only watched Rhythm Heaven, and I only watched it to do research for Rhythm Heaven character, so I don't like know shit.
Honestly, that's fair.
I think so.
Rhythm games are not everyone's cup of tea.
Yeah.
I
He
kind
punches,
of
man.
wish they could be more of my tea because they seem like they'd be easy-ish, but
At least you got the rhythm of the heart.
I haven't played Crypt of the Necrodancer.
Oh, well, that wouldn't be a good entry point.
Oh.
That game is hard.
Well,
that game is
shit.
hard. Yeah.
You know what's a game that's not hard, though? Even though they did try adding a hard mode as an experiment.
Nintendogs.
I don't think that game has a hard mode, but otherwise, no. From Pokemon Black... Wow. Pokemon... From Pokemon Black and White, Zoroark. We've added at least one new Pokemon from every generation, and when I'm looking at the Gen 5 Pokemon, not many of them really stand out to me as great choices, but Zoroark was the star of that one movie, and he's kind of cool looking, so sure, why not?
Yeah,
he's kind of like Ben's signature Pokemon at the very least.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. You found it kind of just at the right time where Nintendo and Pokemon Company are trying to strike Lucario lightning twice, so why not? And it's a cool. For my money, I may actually prefer Zoroark. He's pretty cool.
I mean, unfortunately, lightning did not strike twice, and he did not capture the same popularity.
Nope. Thank goodness they're still trying with bipedal fire starters, though. Oh, except for the last generation. What the fuck? Great. Let's see. Yeah, so my next choice. I'll go for one that's been around a few times now too. Much like Waluigi, Dixie Kong has been talked about a few times here and there, generation per generation. I think she'll have her day, but whether it'll be today, we'll see. But there she is.
Indeed.
Right. I'll also put up another, well, this is certainly a base-breaking character. Japan loves this character, but the West definitely does not. I am most certainly talking about Tingle.
Oh, okay.
Japan loves Tingle
nice.
for some reason.
Nice.
Definitely an interesting choice. I know back in the Brawl and Smash 4 days, Tingle got brought up a lot by fans. He's
back when
oh boy, he's a character to discuss, and I have some thoughts, and we'll get there.
Yeah,
there's a lot to be said about Tingle
and his brothers.
There is. There is. I don't hate Tingle though. I enjoy him for what he is, and his yes games.
I hate his outfit.
In a way,
I hate his outfit. Like, can he please wear something else?
But it's almost Link's outfit.
I don't care.
Just wants to be like a hero.
No.
The fairy man, yeah.
Definitely.
The great fairy, yeah.
That's a big no from me.
Uncle Rupee will have a word with you.
Sure. So, we've kind of, when it comes to like characters that were canonically added to Smash, we've got the vast majority of like the good ones. I would say like there's some that haven't quite made it in yet, or some that aren't necessarily bad, but they don't feel as necessary as compared to other characters. But one character that we haven't added yet, and they're really only starting to be eligible now because their game wasn't released by the time Brawl was. But I figured we might as well go ahead and bring them up. Rose. Oh, wrong spot. So Rosalina from Super Mario Galaxy. I know when she was revealed for Smash 4, I kind of had a reaction like, what? Rosalina over Waluigi? But then when they were also revealed, it's like, oh yeah, Bowser Jr. too. It's like, all right, I don't care about Rosalina's in anymore. We got Bowser Jr., so I'm happy. But he was already in, so.
Yeah, and Rosaline, I mean, over time proved to be an evergreen character, playable in 3D World and many other things. So yeah,
Oh yeah.
the logic's there.
She's joined the spin-off roster, so.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, strong choice. Still head scratcher over Waluigi back in the day, but you're right. It's a salve. Bowser Jr. made it be like whatever. Plus Galaxy was huge, and those games are still really great. Yeah. So yeah. Speaking of characters that have been canonically included around this time, I've included a few as well. But I'm gonna go with another magical individual, Palutena. Kid Icarus Uprising was a big deal at the time. And Sakurai, I mean, there you go. He came in and did his thing with that game. So there she is.
He did indeed.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I'll continue to trend then. As for characters who are already in Smash, well, I have to go with Lucas. Even though Mother 3 will never get localized.
Yeah.
I feel like there was a time when it was close to happening, but just something happened. Something went wrong. Because Reggie
Many
was
AC/DC
sure...
references.
There's what? They referenced AC/DC
worry
talk
about-
for Mega Man Battle Network? That's really strange. But I love it. Especially considering those games didn't exist yet. Huh. Interesting. Well, interesting enough, Lucas was one of the characters that I nominated in the previous episode. And I thought about nominating him this time as well, but I opted not to do it because, part of the argument last round was, well, he's Ness, and there's not much to really make him be too different. He doesn't have a whole lot to him for fighting. Well, I mean, he can fight, but you know what I mean. So instead, because I still wanted to try and throw Earthbound a bone, I said, you know what? Why not Porky Minch? He's the villain of both Earthbound and Mother 3 with Lucas's game. And, he's got his whole Spider-Mech nonsense going on.
Yeah. Both good choices. I do love me some Mother. We'll see if it appears on my roster at all. But in the meantime, there's another RPG series that has invariably gotten a lot of love in real Smash. Maybe a little too much by some people's standards, but that's a whole other argument we talked about a million times on this podcast. But it's Robin. Fire Emblem Awakening. He's here and doing the thing. I was so thrilled when Robin was included. That was a great change of pace from what could have been Chrom or maybe Lucina having the primary spotlight. Having a little something different.
Not just being Marth again.
Correct. Having the magic things, the book and the sword with the lightning. Great stuff.
All right. Sure, let's go for another hero set of character. If Pokemon ever had like a non-Pokemon character in Smash Bros. Screw the main series. We don't care about Pokemon trainers. We like Pokemon Rangers. Which is why we got Bennett Summer from not Shuttles Valley, Guardian Signs in here.
Nice.
I honestly love this pick because I've thought in the past about trying to make a Pokemon Ranger moveset in Smash. I just don't have enough knowledge on the games and how things function to make something good enough. But this is the one with the Pichu and the ukulele, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I like it.
That Pichu just like me for real.
Because you own a ukulele?
Because I'm small.
Pretty sure you're the tallest person here right now.
Yeah.
Anyway, so you nominated Robin from Fire Emblem. And, everybody does love Robin, Fire Emblem Awakening saved the franchise. But there's another Fire Emblem game that is available at this point that, fans really, really like part of it. Some parts less so, but you know what? Corrin is here anyways. Hey, at least it's not
You
a
didn't
weird
want to
thing in
include,
Mario Kart.
yeah, who the hell would do that? I was gonna say at least it's not the bitchy baby archer, but I forgot his name. Takumi. There we go. At least it's not Takumi.
Fuck
The pineapple
Takumi!
dude?
Yeah, in one of them. Why is there two of him? Why? Fates makes no goddamn sense. But at least Corrin fights in a unique fashion. And we've got the dragon veins. So I'll give him that.
Yeah. Yeah. I'll give you this. It comes down to Corrin or Garon, so you pick the right one there.
Azura.
Who?
Azura.
Oh yeah.
The dancer
that's
girl.
right.
With the water.
The little dragon
What?
that died.
Spoilers, man.
Oh, well. Apologies if you haven't played a 10 to 12-year-old game that's no longer even fully viable because you can't download the True Path on the eShop anymore.
Oh, that's right. Because the shop is down and it was only available digitally.
Mm-hmm. Anyway. Anyway. Yeah, so as I brought up Rhythm Heaven, I'll go the WarioWare route for now. I am reintroducing Mona to the table. Because Wario in this world, I'm assuming, he's very land focused. So Mona can be where focused and maybe even take up some of the moves that Wario's known for in Smash, like the bike can be her moped, for instance.
That would make sense.
Yep.
Right. You know what? Let me go to a series that I very much identify with. We love cute little creatures having to fight freaking Eldritch monstrosities as you do in Kirby. So this is a little bit of a weird choice. Let's get Bandana D in there. The playable.
You'd be surprised. There's, yeah.
The playable Motley.
Bandana is the most popular fan pick for a fourth Kirby rep in Smash, so it makes a lot of sense.
Fair.
Yeah.
And, at this point, Kirby's Return to Dreamland has released, which was, I believe, Bandanity's first playable appearance outside of mini games and such.
Yeah. Yeah, the hype for Bandanity is real. It's continued on and on through the generations. It's not a character I always get excited about, but I see it there. I mean, it's the player 4 character for Kirby, so it makes sense. And they love him so much. they love him so much in the Smash community in general. Like he's probably, like on Western forums and chats and stuff, like in the top 3 or 5 most talked about characters. Yeah,
I believe it. Outside of third
parties,
maybe.
So you are in welcome arms, Bandanity.
Speaking of characters who are in welcome arms, another character who would be talked about immensely by the fan community, and quite honestly, would break reality just like they did when they actually got added in Smash, because nobody thought it would ever actually happen. It was only ever a meme that if you ever saw this character on a leak roster, you knew it was fake. But god damn it, reality is our oyster. Give me that motherfucker Cloud Strife from Final Fantasy VII.
Oh, baby, Zaby Davy. Yeah, that was huge. And
Love to see him.
hmm
Really
Totally unbelievable when it happened. Still kind of is. Some of those later Smash editions really, you see it, you can boot up the game and play as them anytime, but you're like, this actually happened.
Yeah, it's
Um,
like what did I do to get to deserve being born in this timeline?
hmm Put up with everything else.
Fair. Because then 2020 happened.
Yep, this is true. Um, but yeah, Cloud, I mean, amazing. And one of those choices, it's tough to follow up the last one, honestly, with the third parties, because where do you go after doing Sonic, Pac-Man, and Sora? Like, who, buddy? We already put Sora in.
You break the internet.
Like, wow.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
that's right. We put Sora. I put Sora in under duress. I was not up for it, but you guys were both insistent. So it was like, all right, fucking fine. It's too early for me, but whatever.
Yeah, I get you. But at least we found out a reason to theoretically make it work. Anywho, any hoodle, as some might say. Yeah, I guess I'll toss a character like that into the ring as well here. A third party choice that would they'd be fairly hype. I think it would be fair to say. From the Microsoft series of video game consoles and computers and stuff, it is the Chief Master Chief. Wow, how crazy! But again, we live in a timeline where Sora is already in, and I feel the Microsoft their relationship with Nintendo has gotten to a point now where this wouldn't actually be that surprising to see happen in the next Smash in our timeline. Let's see if it'll happen here too.
Oh boy, that's gonna be an interesting one to get to.
Oh yeah.
Right. All right, following the trend, third-party characters. This game was honestly pretty big when it came out, mostly because it was a game that was developed with, Studio Ghibli and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So we got Oliver from Ni no Kuni.
Nice.
Oliver.
Nice.
I don't know too much about him. I've looked into him a little bit in the past when a certain Ni no Kuni game was nominated as a game that I should be potentially forced to play. But I don't know too much other than he has some magic and he's got a little friend with a nose that has a lantern attached to it. That's really unfortunate for that guy. Like that's gotta hurt. That's gotta hurt.
The best
Yeah,
thing about
Drippy.
that game. The best thing about that game.
That-
Oh my
Little fairy
god.
with a
That
Welsh
feels like
accent.
abuse. Like you're attaching a lantern to somebody's nose. Ah,
Mm-hmm.
It's keep his nose from dripping.
I don't know if that's how that works, but I haven't played the game to dispute it. So I just have to accept that statement as possible reality.
Everything I say is true.
That's a bold-faced lie. I've seen your streams.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Fist plate. All right.
I don't know what we're talking about. Yeah.
You good. Good. Next up, all right, it's time to double dip. This character's already been mentioned, but I agree, it might just be time for them to get in. It's Dixie Kong. If Donkey Kong gets into the character, she's the obvious next choice, so here she is.
There you go. Sweet. Yeah, I'm gonna double dip. This character's already been mentioned, but I agree that this may be their time to shine. It's Waluigi. Yeah, he sounded like a whole lot more like Bill Murray when he was on the podcast. He smoothed his voice out a bit.
All right,
Like
I'm
Baloo.
also going to double dip. You son of a bitch. Uh, I agree. Shulk should be in here. Get in there,
There you go.
motherfucker.
There
Now
you
it's
go.
Shulk time. Wait, shit, that's not how that goes.
He says it in Smash.
That's I can't. Is it what is it?
Yep.
It's his entrance or some shit?
It's one
Yeah.
of his taunts.
Jesus Christ, Shulk, like that's copyright infringement, guy. I know you become a god, but what? Spoilers. All right. So this next character, honestly, if it wasn't for reality, probably would not be on my radar. In fact, I would probably see this game to be like, and moving on. But Smash Reality has been educational for some character picks that we've gotten over the years. And the game that this character comes from was not a hit for me, but it was popular. It sold, it pushed consoles, and people had a lot of fun playing this game, in quotes. Anyways, it's, if I can scroll to where they are, it's the Wii Fit Trainer. Not a favorite of mine, but when you look at Wii Fit's numbers, it kind of makes sense. I get it.
Yeah, it was totally sensible. And it was funny. It was funny to include in Smash. I wasn't against it. Yeah, I certainly have my memories with Wii Fit, and it certainly told me some numbers that I did not enjoy.
That's fair.
Yeah, but it was fun and inaccurate and actually kind of made me work a sweat when I'm like during the Wii era. But good Lord, Ring Fit really puts you through the ringer. Oh my gosh, the successor to Wii Fit can get brutal, as you know from
But we're
your
not
stream.
talking about that right now.
Oh, we are though. If we were only talking about what's on the table, where's the fun with that? Let's see here. Zantok loves
What's
that
up?
you just said that. He loves that you just said that.
Oh, I
let's see.
blanked out once you started talking about something irrelevant.
Oh yeah.
I literally did space out. It is Jonno, your next character.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just thought it would be interesting to see what would happen if I maybe just said nothing at all. Maybe that would have been better.
I was literally about to move on to Azza and leave you behind.
Fuck off. Anyway,
fuck you.
Pandora's Tower. No, fuck you.
Fuck you.
Fuck all of you and fuck myself.
Oh.
Get on your own time, buddy.
Yeah, listen, there are websites for that.
Oh.
This is not one of them.
Come back.
He left. Anyways, I know who he's talking about. He said Pandora's Tower. He can do his spiel once he returns, but he is talking about Aaron, the main character of Pandora's Tower, who has to go through a bunch of towers in order to save his sister Elena. One of the 3 games that were part of his Project Rainfall, I think it was called, alongside Xenoblade Chronicles and The Last Story, that people really wanted to get brought over from Japan over to, outside of Japan, really. And, well, they succeeded in getting all 3 games over. There you go, John. This is your spiel about Aaron, who you were clearly alluding to.
Yeah, Weapons Master Aaron. There you go. Good guy.
Yep. Pandora's Tower. Anyways, awesome.
Alright, here's a character who definitely probably will get in for the same reasons Lucas probably won't. Isabelle from Animal Crossing.
I'll admit, when Isabelle got into Ultimate, I was like, what? That's not Tom Nook. But apparently she's super popular. I was like, oh, I didn't know that.
Extremely popular, yeah.
Sim games are not my
Extremely.
thing. So I just don't know things about them. Alright, who do I want to reveal next? Yes, of course. So as mentioned, Punch Out. It only got Little Mac in the NES roster, and they've had a new game in between Brawl and Smash 4. So I was like, let's nominate King Hippo. And similarly, Kid Icarus had Pit in our NES roster and hasn't had anything since. And since Kid Icarus Uprising is here now and Sakurai himself worked on it, obviously, Smash 4 brought us Palutena, so I am, of course, saying Veriti, because she's a much cooler character with more interesting abilities.
Yeah, cool. Fun character. A highlight of Uprising, like, absolutely.
Yes.
He. This character's known for their laugh.
Jack
And
Frost
also
from Shin Megami Tensei?
No, the Duck Hunt Dog.
Oh, wow, that was a really bad laugh, sir. I was like, Jack Frost goes hee-ho, and you're going he. I was like, is he trying to hee-ho?
Ho, 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 hoo-ha. Yeah, there he is.
Oh, all right. Let me get through these ones. You know what? We need more Legend of Zelda rap. Unconventional Legend of Zelda. Like Deku Link is just there, so why not?
Okay. All right. It's, I don't like Smash giving us the multiple links, but this is definitely different enough.
If we're gonna go with multiple links, we might as well go crazy with it.
Agreed. Technically, we have Wolf Link in with our Midna that we included, so this fits the trend of being, a good different.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm thinking let's dip back towards third party again. I've got some more. Let's go ahead and bring out another one. This one is a much like Cloud, another very, very personal, very biased pick for me. Love this character, love their games. What's that you say? They're not a fire? To that I say a single word. Objection. Because Phoenix motherfucking right. And he would be fun. So screw yourselves.
He may as well be a Nintendo character at this point.
Some say
Basically.
he actually is.
Let's see. Yeah, I'll go Capcom next. Ultimate surprised us by giving us Ken and Richter and double dipping and Sephiroth and double dipping into the pool of third party series. So let's do that here with the first lady of fighting games. It's Chun-Li. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, it's Chun-Li, all right.
The first time we've considered a second character from the same third party series for our game here.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Let me also go for a third party character. Not exactly a popular character. This is 100% a bias pick because I very much enjoyed Memories of Silseta as a kid. So we're going for Adol Kristen from the East.
East, YS, Wise.
YS.
Listen, when you call your game, when your game is literally spelled YS, ain't nobody know how to pronounce that.
Why?
It's like I knew a kid in elementary school whose last name was 2 letters, and it's like I don't know how to say this. Oh God, how do you say your name? Please help.
I like that choice. One of the oldest game series that I think is still around, and Nihon Falcom is a old friend of Nintendo's and whatnot. So neat.
He was technically eligible in the NES episode, which just nobody nominated him back then.
Yeah.
All right, so we got a Gen 5 Pokemon. And Gen 6, well, it didn't release before Smash 4 released. It was in development, and Sakurai did include Greninja as a character. And while our rules are that characters have to be, their game has to have been released before a particular date, we are allowing exceptions for if that game actually got a character into that particular Smash game. I've already shown this off with Corrin. Fire Emblem Fates released, well, in America, released after Smash 4 did, but before Smash 4 released in Japan. The other one was Pokemon X and Y, and instead of nominating Greninja, since we've already got Feraligatr to represent our water-type starters, I've got a personal pick for me, because there really wasn't any other Gen 6 Pokemon that felt like they had a big marketing push towards them. So my personal bias here is Hawlucha. A fun luchador fighting flying bird.
Nice.
Fun.
Yeah, great option for a wrestling grappling character. It's right there. It's all right there. Very neat. See here. Let's go ahead and wipe the Mario slate clean. We may or may not have seen seen this character on my roster already a little earlier, but yeah, Rosalina's here.
Yeah, when you didn't reveal her next after I accidentally revealed her for you, I was like, he's gonna save her to the end.
I was thinking about it, but how anticlimactic would that have been?
I mean, it would have been on brand for you.
Yeah, true. King of anticlimax.
Okay.
Great. Oh, hold on. I need to clear my throat desperately. Alright. I don't know Pokemon past after Gen 4, honestly. But I did notice that you guys don't have a grass starter in your roster yet. So hence why we're just putting Superior in it. I don't know Pokemon past Gen 4, so
Fair enough.
Slippery little friend.
I know I do want to have a grass start at some point. It's just going to be whether Superior is the right choice, or if they don't exist yet. Who knows?
it's gonna be the Alola one, isn't it?
I can't. Those games don't exist yet, so I can't talk about them.
Man.
There are multiple viable options. Technically, I could have gone with Chestnut, but Feraligatr is already the big bruiser, so they don't want to do Chestnut, even though I do like it. Why do people hate Chestnut? That's just so mean. Anyways, my next choice, let's triple dip. Let's triple dip. This game, you know, it may not have been, I don't know if it was originally planned to release outside of Japan, but eventually it did due to a huge fan push. And it has since spawned a series and has a lot of popularity. We got to have our guy. We got to have Shulk.
Oh, first one to appear on all three lists.
Indeed.
Like a bingo.
Nice.
What?
It's like a bingo.
Oh, yes. I heard
Yep.
bingo. I was like, what?
Yeah, Operation Rainfall really was a time in our lives that made things happen, and it was a shock that it worked. You know, and for the sake of talking about these characters coming in with no pretense or really any expectation beyond Shulk. I mean, let's be honest. Zale from the last story. I would just like to talk about the series at the very least as we get into it. Or rather, the game. Could have been a series, but it was
But it was the last story.
Yeah, it was Sakaguchi's last game at the time. And it was really strong. And
Wait.
here we are.
Hironobu Sakaguchi? Or a different Sakaguchi? The same motherfucker names the game Final Fantasy, another one, The Last Story?
Yes.
God damn it! God
But
damn
I'm
it!
pretty sure he returned to games
Ah.
after the last story as well. So kind of the same story as Final Fantasy all those years ago.
Well, now he's obsessed with playing Final Fantasy 14, apparently. So there's that.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh. All right, okay. I'll be double dipping with either these, so you know what? Get Cord in there. They're already here, but they're here twice.
Validation.
2
Let's
dragons.
go. Hell yeah. All right. I'm gonna double dip again. Uh, I like having retro characters. They're fun. Not every character needs to be particularly relevant or have been in a million fucking games like Mario. Sometimes you just want a character to troll your opponents with as somebody that possibly, traumatized him as a child. Like Duck Hunt.
Yeah. Sweet. Hee 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 hee. Yeah, let's get rhythmic. Let's get rhythmic. So Marshall is in the fray from the Rhythm Heaven series, Fever, Megamix, a few others play Yon in the original game. So yeah, I too am a purveyor of the fine rhythm arts and wanted to toss that series a bone.
Oh yeah.
Hmm.
Um. Let's make a few more links here. All right. Let's get another link in there, a Goron link. Why not?
Wait, what?
All right, I see where this is going.
What are you talking about?
I couldn't possibly predict.
This.
No.
Something seems familiar about this from the last episode. I can't quite figure it out. I don't know. I'm sure it's nothing. For me, for next, let's. Yeah, fuck it. It's third party time again. I nominated a character from their series in the past, but this time I'm picking somebody else. If I remember correctly, this is the most recent game from the series at the time, and also this character is very, very popular amongst the series fans. In fact, so popular that they have been banned from popularity contests because they just keep winning. Yuri Lowell,
No.
the best main character the Tales series has ever had. Lloyd could never.
You can't really dispute that.
The GameCube fans of Tales of Symphonia will try, and I laughed at them because I played Symphonia and I was not impressed.
For the time, it was great.
It's a story.
Yeah. True. Fair. Yeah, and then he was on your list last time, but now you got to go with the upgrade.
Yep.
Let's see. Okay, well, I'll do a third party as well. Just to, I don't know, just kind of how things are working out. Ubisoft. Last time we talked about Rayman, but this time we're talking about Ezio Auditore from Assassin's Creed. Ubisoft really went super hard with Assassin's Creed around this time. And Ezio's games are still kind of like the magnum opus for a lot of people. So there we go.
Great. Guess I'll go third party as well. I'm looking at my list and I'm realizing I'm having a lot of red heroes. From a game I didn't expect, I would enjoy Stock for Radiant Historia.
Nice.
Absolute hidden gem of the game.
And it came highly recommended.
Yeah.
All right, I've seen Shulk twice.
No, that's not Shulk. That's just Little Mac tilted and with blonde wig.
Oh, that's right.
Oh god,
That's right.
the fucking Smash 4 days. Crazy people, crazy people.
Mhm.
In fact, you know somebody who's a real crazy person, and I use the term person lightly, like just an absolute manic little guy, just absolutely crazy. There's just no sanity behind those eyes.
Mhm.
Marks from Kirby Superstar, the little guy who on a ball, who gains wings and becomes an eldritch abomination, kind of like Kirby.
Amazing. Amazing. I love Marks. Um, yeah, let's go for someone who goes by a single letter name, much like I did during my 2008 emo phase. Uh, and also their full name is one of my favorite names in the history of media. Natural Harmonia Gropius.
It's the last part that's just weird.
What a
Like,
name.
do we have to
Isn't
call
it?
him Gropius? Like,
Isn't it?
God,
Isn't it?
Texas is a terrible father.
Yep. That tracks. Free all the Pokemon, son, and also take over the world. Yeah, this character was a breakout hit around the Black and White era, and I think it's interesting. Ozza and I were kind of on the same track here, like, oh, let's do a Pokemon character that's not a Pokemon, and how N would work. Instead of doing a Pokemon trainer thing, I figured maybe be a summoning character, bring out some of the hits, like Zoroark perhaps, or Clin Clang, or whoever. And we'll get to it. Probably.
Enough of this man.
Probably.
That's going to be an interesting conversation. Oh, dear. I'm already seeing a battle. A Pokemon battle, if you will.
Well, we'll see when we
The
get there.
Rangers don't battle. Okay.
I mean, they battle, just not the traditional sense.
Alright. You know what, following up on Ed, I'm gonna double dip. We got Zoroark.
Ooh, okay. We got 2 Zoroarks and an Inn. What are they going to do?
Noob will make a surprise appearance at the end of this.
Who?
They're gonna hold hands and be friends.
Yeah.
Hand holding on the internet? I don't know. That seems a little much. All right. Next up for me, I don't have much option left but to double dip at this point, so we're gonna double dip. He's been mentioned already. His game helped save a franchise. Wrong one. I did it again. God damn it. Ignore that, video watchers. It's Robin from Fire Emblem Awakening.
Yeah, why would you do that?
I don't know.
Controversial choice.
Absolutely.
Insane.
We should put Alira in Mario Kart instead.
Yeah, you really should. You really should. Okay, yeah, so third party. Phoenix Wright solves cases in the courtroom, and Professor Layton solves cases just like everywhere else, kinda. Is a professional puzzle solver. Great.
He solves puzzles in the countryside.
This is true. Phoenix and him also canonically. What a time that was.
I never finished that game. I played like an hour.
Is
And I
that
was like,
any game where someone gets burned at the stake?
I don't know what they give him, but I know that it does
No.
focus on the witch trials.
Yeah.
They do, but not really.
Ah.
Not really.
Because they turn into a duck.
How do you not
Close.
burn someone at the stake?
Wow.
Well, we'll get there. We'll talk it out.
All right.
Speaking of burning people at the stake,
Well-
this next character got burned at the stake.
Well, I haven't actually played. Frick, which game was it? Fire Emblem. It's not Fire Emblem. If it.
Yeah, if is fate.
They already
It's
saw it. It's
Awakening.
Robin. It's Robin. It's Robin. It's
Fire
There
Robin.
you
Emblem
go.
Awakening.
Yes.
Yeah.
Does anyone get burned at the stake of that game? No, but somebody does take a tumble.
Oh.
Real bad fall. A real King's Landing, if you will.
Yeah.
It
Surprised
happens.
at
Oh,
how that
and-
ends.
Ha.
Yeah, true.
They got better in the DLC.
Yes, surprisingly, yes. That
Yes.
was
Weird.
yeah. Agreed.
All right, I got to double dip again. I don't. It just has to happen at this point. Waluigi! Give me the boy. Give me the lad.
Nice. You'll have to meet him sometime. Let me see who's left here. Okay. Things are about to get even weirder. Let's take a dive into the eternal blue ocean with the diver. From Endless Ocean on the Wii. There were 2 games, and there they are. We'll talk about that later. Take tickets on questions.
Okay.
If you say so.
Where's my veto button?
On the Gaviano, my friend.
The what?
It's what the boat is called in Endless Ocean.
All right. Okay. All right. Let's go for an absolute acid trip of a choice. The Principal Cosmos from Katamari Damacy.
Nice.
We were so close to having the same pattern. Not the
Nice.
last 2
What?
characters are revealed on the board. We were so close to greatness.
I'm
What?
sorry, I ruined it. I didn't know. I didn't know.
Shame.
Nice.
Shame. I guess it's all fine, though. I mean, and I do have
If
a...
you squint really hard,
If you squint really hard, the King of all Cosmos will knock you out.
Yeah.
He's a jerk. I haven't played Katamari Damacy, but the King is a jerk.
he is.
Yeah,
I don't
he
like
has.
him.
There's some nicer assets about him.
I don't
Like what?
that sentence.
His socks.
Yeah, is it his socks?
Yeah. Yes.
His thigh highs.
His socks and all that he puts in them.
Moving on. Alright, next character. Hey, look, I'm not double dipping this time. Did I lie and act like I could only double dip at this point? Huh, I did. My next character is Dark Samus. Because after Samus and Ridley, what's left?
Anthony Higgs.
No. Also, doesn't wait, does he exist yet? Either way,
I don't
no.
know. Yes, I think so. I think he does exist, yes.
I would rather include
Okay.
Adam Malkovich in a Federation Trooper suit.
Okay. Anyway. Yeah, so my final third party is also Cloud Strife.
Oh. I forgot you
Yeah.
hadn't revealed him yet.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Gongaga.
Ah, God damn it. That's Zack, not Cloud!
Oh, I know. He was talking to Cloud, though.
Ah.
We're good.
No.
Yeah.
But please
All right.
move on.
Let's go ahead and finish off this trio of links. Get Zora Link in there.
Oh,
Yep.
I get it now.
Crazy.
It's a whole Young Link triple fighter thing, right?
Honestly, would prefer this over Link and Smash as is.
Honestly, what?
Would prefer this over Young Link and Smash as is.
Oh, yeah, easily.
No, yeah.
Easily.
Yeah, definitely.
In the last episode we did, I actually had nominated Pokemon Trainer, but using Trico, Marshtomp, and a Blaziken. Did not make the cut, unfortunately. At least we got to keep Blaziken.
No, this may change history here. We'll see. Oh, with Mask Link, that is.
Oh, yeah. Very possibly
Mhm.
could.
Yep.
All right, we all got one character left. I've been saving this character for last, with intent. So, Punch Out only had Pit, or not Pit, it had Little Mac, fuck. Kid Icarus only had Pit. Then there's Mysterious Murasami Castle. But there wasn't really another character besides Takamaru I could include. But there was another game that we gave a character in our NES roster for Smash that hasn't gotten anything else. Castlevania. So I'm just like, do I double dip on the third parties or do I do a completely new one? It was honestly the very last character decision I was working on. It came down to either this or Ryu Hayabusa. And at one point I had Ryu. But I ended up not including because I just don't know. I just don't have it in me to argue for him. He would really only be there for the legacy of his games. I don't have any personal real care for him. Sacrilegious. I know. Ninja Gaiden fans, you can roast me later. I don't give a shit. But for a second Castlevania character, there's really only one choice. In fact, they almost got into Ultimate. Alucard, the son of Dracula himself.
Nice. Yeah, my final character is also done with an intent, hoping that AZA would reveal their 3 links here because I kind of felt like that was coming. My final character is Skull Kid.
Oh god, there's
From
so much
Majora's
Zelda here
Mask.
today.
Yeah, unlike actual
There's
Smash,
Zelda
so that is
enjoyers.
welcome.
And
Zelda
I had
enjoyers
none
there.
of them.
There we go.
We make up. Alright, my last character, another third-party character. It's from a game we very much enjoy here. It's Monokuma.
Cool.
When we picked you as a guest, there were 2 characters that I knew I was going to see. I knew for a fact both of these characters would be on your list. Monokuma was one of them. I was like, we're gonna see that bear. We're gonna see that bear. The other character isn't on your list, and I'm still very confused. Where the fuck is Kazuma Kiryu?
I'm hoping that he gets a chance around Zero era, so
You're gonna trust us?
yes.
Oh, dangerous. What if he never gets brought up?
Then we'll have a
that's fun.
talk.
Oh!
And that-
Oh!
Yeah.
Oh no, I'm in danger.
Yeah, that's going to be on you, Zantok.
Yep, especially because I don't think I'll still be streaming the game by the time this episode comes out. I think I'll have finished it, or at least I really hope so, because this episode is coming out after a while. What is? Yeah, this episode's releasing in like 8-10 months after its recording date. So I hope I'm done with that game by then. Oh my god. Please.
We're okay. Funny how that works out.
Yes. But we now have all the characters up here for discussion. Not quite a full total of 60, because, we got our crossover, which that really makes things easier. Imagine if we had 60 completely different characters. I would die.
Oh, it's what I strove for and failed at.
Thank
As with
God.
most things.
You
Yeah.
do. But now we have to narrow this all down. We can only include 20 characters, and only 5 of them can be third party. So that's gonna be fun.
Time for blood,
Well-
sweat, and tears.
I'm pulling up my sword.
Well, it's already been an hour just revealing that.
Yeah,
So we'll see what happens.
we will. So, how do we want to get things started here? Does anybody have any character or series or category that they feel strongly about that we should discuss?
Perhaps because there are a few characters that cross over between our 3 lists. It's quite rare that they don't make it in. It actually did happen with
Only
Sheik
once.
a couple episodes ago.
Yep.
But I feel, I feel strongly that these characters would likely make it in ultimately, so maybe we should talk about it and get it out of the way quickly now.
Okay. So, obviously, we are talking about Waluigi, Shulk, and Robin. Now, I don't know about the 2 of you, but I feel positive about 2 of these 3 characters. I would not be opposed to fast tracking them and immediately putting them on a roster. It's like, yep, they're here, cool, let's go. This is going to sound sacrilegious and crazy, especially considering who I am. But I honestly don't want to push forward on Waluigi just yet. I know.
What?
I know. I love him. I do. Believe me. But we have 20 slots, and there are so many good characters. And Waluigi, let's be honest, is a biased pick for all of us. Let's be honest.
Maybe less a bias pick, more like a meme pick.
Okay, bias / meme pick. Like, I want to include him, but I also want to see how the roster ends up going. Whether or not that's we include Waluigi and not Rosalina, Rosalina and not Waluigi, or both Rosalina and Waluigi, or neither. I just want to make sure that we don't just include him because we all either love him or find him to be funny mustache man.
Or attractive.
I would not use that word. That said, if everybody is agreeable, I am absolutely good to push forward on Robin, the man that saved Fire Emblem, and Shulk. I don't know how to describe him, but the face of Project Rainfall, we'll say, and who spawned a franchise unlike his fellow Rainfallians.
Yeah.
And let Monolith Soft put their, Nintendo's investment was put to good use. I'm surprised with how far Xenoblade's already come. So yeah, let's do it.
All right. Then that's how we're gonna do it. And just get our fun graphics over the pictures here so that we know exactly what we're doing. What do we want to discuss next?
Let's talk about Pokemon real quick.
Honestly, yeah.
1, 2,
Yeah.
3, 4, 5. Yep.
I have some thoughts, but as the people who nominated 2 human characters, I'd like to hear what you 2 had to say first about In and the Pokemon Ranger duo. Because honestly, I love the idea of having a non-Pokemon rep from Pokemon. I don't know that we have room for 2 of them. It's going to be a matter of who do we choose. Because I like both for different reasons. And I feel like they would both likely play with a similar style of being a summoner archetype of character.
Sure. Yeah, RoboAZA. Do you want to start with the Pokemon Ranger stuff?
Kind of hoping you would start, but I will.
Oh, okay.
As for Pokemon Ranger, the Pokemon Ranger series is definitely like a lesser known, one of the lesser known spin-offs, but the people who play it really enjoy it. As for like how they would play, like I put Ben and Summer here specifically because I think the gameplay of Guardian Signs would translate better over Smash. Because in Guardian Signs, what you're doing is you're drawing signs that summon different Pokemon, and you can ride them. They'll do stuff for you, that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm. Nice. So you can, yeah, and it would be interesting to see what do they call that main weapon thing that you use, the lasso thing.
The Styler.
Oh, the styler and the capture disc or something. Those are the two things. That's cool. I wish I played those games. They always seemed really neat.
They can basically just smack people with a Beyblade.
Let her rip.
And I imagine like you would be using some of the Pokemon that are like more prominent in those games, like that ukulele Pichu and whomever else.
Yeah, and Guardian Signs has like you specifically summoned a lot of the legendary Pokemon. Like you summoned legendary beasts, you summoned legendary birds, and they all do their own things.
Do I get Darkrai?
Oh, holy shit!
You get Darkrai in
Fuck yes.
Shadows of Almia.
Best legendary. Oh wait, Shadows of. Oh.
But also they can also, receive gameplay features from previous Pokemon Ranger protags.
I'm sad.
Mm-hmm.
I only
so
played
you can,
the original Pokemon Ranger, and I was not very good at it. I wanted to.
The original is hard.
Yeah, I sucked. I think I stopped when I was in a cave. I don't remember what was going on, but I was in a cave, and that's when I stopped playing.
No. Oh, okay. Yeah, so Generation 5, N was kind of a breakout Pokemon trainer staple of the time. The son of the big bad, with a altruistic but muddled worldview, one might say. So I pictured this similarly, where you were coming in with a number of summons. So Zantok on our Smashtopia wiki has done a moveset for Yugimoto.
Oh God!
And and there's a number. I don't think this would be quite as ambitious, but the point remains. Like you're summoning a number of different cards from Yu-Gi-Oh into the fray. This is similar, so different special moves and perhaps standard moves would bring out some of N's trademark Pokemon. So Zoroark would have to be there unless Zoroark and N both made it in to the roster here, in which case you can bring out some of his other more recurring Pokemon. Klinklang, Vanillix, Sigilif, Darmanitan, Joltik. This would be a way to canonize Conkeldurr into Smash, and that makes all of us so happy.
And it's a no for me. Goodbye, N.
Just kidding. It's just Timber, but I mean, I could follow on the spot. Purloin, Woobat, Time Pole, etc., etc., etc. You could, so different moves, bring out different Mon, and there you go. Maybe toss it in a potion or something. I have no idea. Stuff from the shop.
Oh, okay.
Actually, no. That could be a totally other. That could be another character entirely.
Nurse Joy coming to Smash.
There you go. Yeah.
Jesus.
And then Superior and Zoroark and Hawlucha. I mean, they're Pokemon. They are Pokemon.
Yeah, I feel like we're probably also going to have a discussion about Zoroark and Superior. Hawlucha is kind of separate from them. He's kind of like he's just like if we're going to have a Gen 6 rep, then, well, he's our only one that we have here. Or if we want to wait on Gen 6. But Zoroark and Superior, I think we also need to take a little bit of time here. Zoroark, he's kind of like... I wouldn't say that Lucario is like a pure strength character, but if you were to put him in terms of dex and strength, Zoroark is the dex alternative to Lucario. Very, very much so. Fast as fuck, swipes his claws, he's got illusion, so I don't really know how they would be incorporated very well in Smash outside of doing something with a cinematic Final Smash. Because it's kind of hard to, like, oh, hey, look, I transformed to something else. You don't know what you're fighting. It's like, it's a Smash Bros. Fighting game. I think I know what I'm fighting. Thank you. Not that hard, or kind of hard to represent illusions in that manner. But is one of the faces of the Jet at the very least. Superior, which also feel free to jump in since they were ones you nominated, is a grass type starter. We don't have a grass type starter yet. We've got Blaziken for fire, we've got Feraligatr for water, and I definitely do want to have a grass starter eventually, just whether or not that's going to be Superior or some other grass starter that we haven't discussed yet. I don't know. It's kind of depends. I think my only problem with Superior is its unusual body shape. Because sometimes it's like, okay, we've got this giant snake-like thing. How do I imagine it moving and working in a platform fighter like Smash? Can it be done? Probably. Am I having a hard time envisioning it? Yeah.
Honestly, fair. I don't know Gen 5. I just know that Zoroark is popular, and Superior is a starter.
Yeah, fair.
So
Yeah, Superior would be interesting with the different body shape compared to pretty much anything in Smash.
It's both a point for it and against it.
Yeah, and you and I, we've done the song and dance before. I tend to be far more lenient than you on this subject in general. And so it is here too, but I also just can't do a hard push or whatever either way on Superior. So
like
it's
if I had to
yeah.
choose, if I had to choose between Superior and Zoroark, I'd probably go Zoroark.
Okay. With that in mind and what's been discussed so far at this point, I have a proposal to make. I propose that we go with Zoroark and Pokemon Ranger. Reason being, between Pokemon Ranger and N, both of them presumably would fight with a similar gimmick of summoning different Pokemon to do different things for them. Perhaps not in the same way, but the idea is there between them. And I say go with Pokemon Ranger over N for two reasons. One, we can have a Pokemon still represent Gen 5, such as Zoroark or Superior. Whereas Pokemon Ranger, if I remember correctly, I believe Guardian Sign is considered a Generation 4 game, which, yes, we do have Lucario. But Pokemon Ranger is also its own entire sub-series of games to the Pokemon umbrella, which gives us further unique representation, whereas it is just going to be another Pokemon trainer from the mainline games. So Pokemon Ranger to represent the entire Pokemon Ranger side of things, and then a Zoroark to represent Generation 5. I would then at that point cut Superior, unless we want to bring him back potentially later. And as far as Hawlucha, I would not push forward or deny Hawlucha just yet. I would absolutely love to include him, but I think there could be an argument, depending on how difficult the roster gets further on, that maybe we save adding in a Gen 6 rep until Gen 6 properly releases. Or at the very least, Pokemon Ranger and Zoroark.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
All right. With that, we've got 4 characters on the board already. Hell yeah, 16 more to go and so many to go through.
We're getting through them.
We are. Thank God. Because I would cry if we weren't. All right, kids, what's next? Where do we want to go?
Want to talk Zelda since it's the next biggest thing on the map?
I am most of that biggest thing, but yes.
That's an out of context sentence. Holy shit. Oh my God.
fine. It's fine.
All right, but yeah, I do agree, Zelda. I don't have any Zelda characters on the board, so again, I feel like you two probably carry or at least start the conversation between here, as we've got Skull Kid, Tingle, and three components of Masks Link. I will say that unlike last episode where we had the argument of separating out Blaziken from the other parts of the Pokemon tree and just having it be just Blaziken, I don't know if Deku Link, Goron Link, and Zora Link can necessarily be split out from each other as if we were not to go for the whole thing. Maybe it's Deku Link, but I don't know. But that can be part of the argument we go through. Take it away, you two.
Okay. Skull Kid's an interesting one because he's the primary villain of Majora's Mask. I mean, other than Majora, he's wearing it. But in all honesty, you don't really see much of him fighting. It's more that Majora becomes this eldritch monstrosity and kind of takes over things when you do get to that fight. And that could absolutely be like a Final Smash or something, although the moon's also an obvious one. You can pull from Ocarina of Time or perhaps even Twilight Princess, where Skull Kids are also around, because this is
There's
a
also
species.
there's also Hyrule Warriors.
That's true, and although that doesn't exist at the time of this game, who's to say that?
Happened.
Oh, that's fine, but although that's, you can still potentially pull some
2014.
stuff from it, like yeah. So it's like more of the canonical 10 stuff. You could possibly still say like, oh, they had this idea because of X in Majora's Mask. So that's true still, true enough. He has his blowpipe. He has puppets and puppet strings. He just weird dark magic stuff. So there's room there. Like his assist trophy in Ultimate, he is a dark magic user and through Majora's Mask, and that assist trophy is actually not that great. You could do so much more with it, but there you go. So there's a basis there. But I'm really interested to hear the pitch on Masks Link too, because if we can pull that off, three slots is a lot, and I think that would have to be all or nothing. But I mean, the idea is really cool, and I would be for that if we can find the room for it.
Yeah, for the Mask Links, I was thinking like also like having just generally a representative of the different races in Zelda.
Oh yeah.
So maybe not necessarily Deku Link, but like if you would have to like separate them into different characters, Goron Link and Zora Link. Specifically, because you could also pull from different Gorons from the other games, different Zoras from the games, especially pulling from like Ocarina of Time.
Cough cough, Darunia and Mifa. Cough cough.
Yeah. Exactly.
Is Cough Cough the Deku?
Yes.
Okay.
You don't really see much of the Deku, unfortunately, except for in Majora's Mask.
You are representing the different
I would
series.
love for the Deku to be a major race in the next Zelda game.
Oh, me too. That would be cool.
Bring them back.
You are
the Great Deku and Korok War.
Oh God.
That's the whole
I
game.
see how they would explain that. Yeah, and it would be neat to represent the different races, 3 separate races in Zelda, through this Link, who is a capable fighter. You play as them in Majora's Mask. So that's cool, and you'd represent them through the tortured souls of individuals who are trapped inside of the masks too. So there's another bonus.
And then Tingle is just here because I think he's funny.
I think all or most of the Tingle games on the DS came out at this point, so you can theoretically pull from those too.
I did do research on that, actually,
Mm-hmm.
because when I see all the characters, it's like, all right, for some of this stuff, I need to prepare some arguments and figure out what is pullable, what we can say with a character, what exists for them in terms of argument perspective. So yeah, I looked this shit up. All three
Mhm.
of the games in the Tingle's Rosy Rupee Land side series of Zelda games have released at this point, which means Tingle can pull from every single game that he's appeared in outside of remakes. So we had the full Tingle experience. Well, okay, not counting Hyper Warriors, because that's not out yet. But
Mhm.
everything that is like an actual Zelda game and not a wild crossover, we can pull for Tingle. We've got all this here. As far as Skull Kid and Mask Link is concerned, well, obviously there's Majora's Mask, and then for Skull Kid there is Twilight Princess, or other games where like generic Skull Kids appeared and not like the titular Skull Kid. However, I did also notice Majora's Mask 3D is not out yet.
Mhm.
So these characters are currently still just locked to the original Majora's Mask on N64.
What
Right.
was the release date for 3D?
I believe it was 2015.
And the cutoff for this show, I'm forgetting, was what,
December 31st,
2013?
2012. Which, yeah, I did
Wow.
forget to
Okay.
mention. We
So
usually we cover that at the start of the episode, but yeah, our deadline for characters for this episode was December 31st, 2012.
so that is a far ways off still.
Far ways off. Yeah, Hyrule Warriors actually comes out before Majora's Mask 3D, which is
Mhm.
wild to think about.
Wow. Yeah, that's really something. At the same time, Ocarina of Time 3D would be out because that was near
I
launch for the DS. Yeah, so
didn't
2011 it
actually
says.
check that one, but I would believe that.
So that's
Yep,
true. I
2011.
mean, um, at this point too, I mean that would make the most recent game Twilight Princess the most recent big game, besides like Phantom Hourglass or whatever. Um,
It's Skyward Sword, sir. Skyward Sword,
did that come out?
2011.
Well,
That's why we got the Skyloft stage in Smash 4.
that's true, and that's about the best you can take out of Skyward Sword.
You're not wrong.
I mean, what are we gonna do, Groose?
As Twilix put it when I was talking to him earlier today, better than Girahim. And which is true, but I don't want either of them.
um, all that to say, I mean, Majora's Mask is still a beloved, very, very, very much beloved entry in Zelda. Coming from that standpoint, I wouldn't totally hold that against it, especially since Ocarina's already out. It could maybe help drum up the hype for Majora's Mask 3D a little bit down the line. But if there was a hard line on that and we had this argument further down, that Majora's Mask 3D isn't out yet, so it's still kind of like not super fresh in people's minds anymore. We could potentially do what Ozza said. It just wouldn't have the graphic for it. Darunia and Ruto could potentially be stand-ins for Goron and Zora Link. How would you feel about that?
The other idea is to go
Mhm.
nuts. To go a little crazy. To do something unexpected. And that some people might say, dear God, please don't add Tingle to Smash. And add
Uh-oh.
Tingle to Smash. My argument is to include Tingle.
Oh,
Which is
buddy.
wild because I don't really want the character in actual Smash. I mean, I'll allow it because it's not another Triforce user, and goddamn, the Zelda needs some more characters. But my argument for Tingle is thus: all his games are out, so we can pull from all the crazy nonsense that goes on in the Tingle. First, the pick Tingle's Rosy Rupee Land, Tingle's Balloon Fight DS, and the Too Much Tingle Pack and Ripen Tingle's Balloon Trip of Love. All of those games. Yes, those are the titles. He is also first debuted in Majora's Mask, so can still be a Majora's Mask rep. much like Skull Kid or the Mask Slink's character. Now, I'm not saying let's not include any of those characters, but I am definitely saying of all of these, I think Tingle actually makes the most sense to include.
Is this the dark timeline?
Welcome to the Tingle timeline. You included Tingle. You put this out into the world, and when I look at the availability of characters, this is where I have been led. Now I could be outvoted, but that is my lean. Put
I wasn't having
Tingle
choice, but you're
in.
convincing me.
Imagine the
makes
handful of
sense.
Tingle games like actually getting representation in Smash.
And his alts are
and-
his brothers, David, Knuckle, and Pinkle, and Tinkle, or whatever the hell their names are.
And just like random guys he kidnapped and made him work for him.
I think it depends.
Yeah. Depends on the localization.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think, the hatred for Tingle back in the Melee days was it was overwrought. Like Tingle's weird. Tingle is like a loser. Like the way that he's portrayed in the Rosie Rupee Land games, at the very least. Like he's this 40-year-old dude in a tunic that kind of is just there. And it's very indicative of like Eastern humor versus Western, that he wasn't well received here. But it was also overwrought. There were other things that should not have been considered when people were criticizing him back in the day, and I was always kind of miffed about that.
Yeah.
Here's looking at you, IGN, among others.
Well, you can't spell ignorant without it.
There goes that sponsorship. Which is fine by me.
Streamlabs
yeah.
has been trying to get me to sponsor Apex Legends and some game about ants. I don't know. I'm just like, listen, guys, you're also gonna give me $8 to pay this shit. Yeah, go fuck yourselves.
We got to talk about something like this. Reminds me about something. We'll mention it later. Anyway, no, it's good news actually. Yeah, I mean, I have no idea how the character would fight, because I think that what you should do is pull from the DS games primarily, and then have the balloon and tossing rupees around and shit like from General Zelda.
Balloon is obviously the up special. It's obvious.
Yeah. His final smash can take from Tingle's Balloon Trip of Love, or you have that dating sim component, and it could be the dating sim screen. I don't know what would happen after that. Either they fall in love with them or what, but it would be great.
They fall in love,
great.
Tingle rejects them, and they take psychological trauma damage.
Okay. Yeah, I can't believe this conversation has led to this point. I really can't, but I would not be against including Tingle. I would not be against it.
I've been convinced.
What I'm hearing,
And I hate it.
is Tingle is in.
Imagine Tingle gets in and Waluigi doesn't.
Oh.
Totally insane. He would piss more than a few people off.
Hey, listen. I'm not the one that brought Tingle into the discussion. I merely took advantage of the moment.
Oh, you sure
This is
did.
the problem of my own making.
Yes, it is. Are you regretting not having Kiryu now?
Yes.
Excellent. All right. Tingle's in. Do we want to continue discussing Zelda at this point, or do we want to wait and see what happens with other bits of the roster to see if we even have room for, let's say, Mask Link, or if we would go simpler with Skull Kid or something?
Yeah, I don't think it's time to shelve any of these guys or push them through per se. So yeah, I would say let's move on.
Okay. In that case, my suggestion for our next viewpoint is another one where I'm not going to be in the discussion very much. I think we need to look at Rhythm Heaven. Marshall versus Knuckle Joe. I do absolutely think that there is room for a Rhythm Heaven character. I think the only competition that would be against Rhythm Heaven, period, would be the Wii Fit trainer. We could have them both. But I'm saying if it ever comes up to a question of who Rhythm Heaven's biggest competition is, it's Wii Fit trainer or potentially the Mii's or potentially Duck Hunt and Balloon Fighter. But biggest competition Wii Fit trainer. But first, I think we need to figure out between Marshall and Knuckle Joe, because I don't think it's gonna be both.
Karate Joe.
Yeah.
Yes,
Not
Karate
Knuckle
Joe.
Kirby.
Shit, I think. Do I have him? I might have written him down as. Oh no, he's Karate Joe. There, good. I know I got confused when I was reading the list and I was like, "Wait, Knuckle Joe? Wait a minute, that's not right."
Do you think Mona could throw a screw in this, or you
Oh
think it's gonna
shoot!
about
Yeah, I
five?
forgot about that. Yeah, Mona is actually Mona and Weaver Trainer for different reasons are competition against Rhythm Heaven. Weaver Trainer is because they are they would be a very much abnormal fighters, not your typical kind of crew. In a lesser, can't think of the right word I want to say, but they're the competition as far as for their French side is concerned. Mona, however, and WarioWare, considering just how WarioWare's gameplay is and Rhythm Heaven's gameplay, and that there's a lot of similarities there. One just focuses more on rhythm than the whole microgame aspect that is WarioWare, but those similarities absolutely exist. What helps Mona out is that she can be a bit more of a quote unquote normal fighter, whereas a Rhythm Heaven character would absolutely play to Rhythm Heaven's gimmicks and mechanics.
Totally. Well, at the onset of this conversation, let's say that we both chose better characters than Chorus Kids, which almost made it into Smash proper. So, pats on the back for that one.
Good job, kids.
Absolutely.
But where is the wrestler and reporter?
Stuck behind because they only appear in a couple games.
Where are the Huberts of happiness?
That's a fair point. Yeah, so strong choices. I like the inclusion of either Karate Joe is he's a little more from my viewpoint. I'm saying is a little more insular in terms of like what he's doing. It's very much that rhythm focused direct melee. I mean he's doing karate, so of course. Marshall is more of a catch-all character, kind of the natural evolution from Play-On in the original Rhythm Tengoku and Rhythm Heaven games before they kind of modernized the art for their humanoid characters a little bit. And as we covered on Supercast Brothers a while back, would be more of a catch-all with different rhythm-based moves based on the different rhythm mini games from the Rhythm Heaven games he appears in. So two different approaches. With that being said, perhaps if Marshall was chosen here, that might invalidate Mona further since he's more of a catch-all like mini game focused character, maybe. But we will get there. Yeah. That's all.
Yeah, the main reason why I went for Karate Joe and specifically is that mostly because he's like one of the few characters who's been in every single Rhythm Heaven game. That is the only reason. Him and the Samurai dude.
Yeah, and
but having Marshall as more of a catch-all character would definitely give him much more to work with, at least.
Yeah, it's interesting that the Wandering Samurai wasn't every Rhythm Heaven game, wasn't he? We don't really talk about him ever in this context.
He doesn't have a name.
He doesn't do anything but swing swords and stop demons from flying at him.
Oh,
he took a pinwheel back from them.
Truly, his greatest accomplishment.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, I do like Karate Joe, and he has a weirdly strong backstory in the games. I think my lean would be Marshall, and not just because he's on my list, but for that reason where it's overall a character who can represent the series as a whole.
Yeah.
All right, so it sounds like you're both saying Karate Joe is out in favor of Marshall being more of a catch-all character that can do theoretically any of the mini games as part of his moveset, whereas Karate
Yeah.
Joe can really only do things that are martial arts based.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
We,
Then the
we
next
actually have Karate Man as his side special on his Smashtopia wiki entry for Marshall.
we do, because we made a
Yep.
martial moveset a couple years ago.
Mm-hmm.
So then the next question to ask is, are we putting in Marshall, or do we need to discuss Marshall versus Mona?
Hmm. Uh, hmm.
I don't
I
know
do think that.
WarioWare, so this is not mine.
Oh, gotcha. I do think that there is crossover between these characters. Like if it came down to like, oh, um, only one can get in between X and X, then Mona and Marshall feels like a natural kind of duo where that would happen between them. Just given the nature of the games. Kind of a quick rundown on Mona. Yeah, she would have a more standard moveset than Marshall at the very least. Again, you can do like a pizza delivery moped thing with her side special that would be very akin to the Wario bike. She can engage with the cheer squad, use her camera, the animal helpers from the WarioWare games that she has a few times. So there's a lot of interesting stuff that she does that's not really it's not really like wholly indicative of WarioWare games. It's more indicative of her as a character in WarioWare. Whereas Marshall, he's more of a blank slate character. He's just this little dude, but he does a lot of things from the actual games in Rhythm Heaven. So I do think there's ultimately room for both. Potentially, like depending on how things square out, we could potentially do both. But at this point, maybe my suggestion would be to fast track one and leave the other on the table for now.
I agree, pretty much with everything you said.
Mm-hmm.
Mona, possibly. I mean, what's great about how WarioWare sets things up is that most of its characters have enough to their personality and what they do in the WarioWare games that they could have a moveset be made pretty much off of them and the things that they do. That you don't really have to pull much minigame wise. You might be able to take some inspiration from some things, but generally speaking, I mean, Mona's got a variety of jobs that she does around Diamond City that you could pull from. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
what's his name? Dr. Krygor has his inventions that you can mess with.
Mm-hmm.
Ashley has her magic. Orbulon has a bunch of weird fucking shit. But then Rhythm Heaven, the characters don't really have much in the way of their own personality in a lot of things that they do outside of the minigames. And generally speaking, most of the characters just have one or two things that they do. Like, we're not going to be making a
Mm-hmm.
moveset for the fighter playing badminton cats. That's just not going to work. It's
Yeah.
You can't do it. Or the robots that you build in pieces or whatever the hell else. It just kind of can't work out. But Marshall,
Right.
so Marshall would be, just as a catch-all character, being able to pull from all these different things that can't really be their own fighter in a easy way. I think it
Mm-hmm.
makes sense that they can be separated out and be different enough from each other, both in design and in concept. Uh, as far as which one we would fast track first, I've got my own thoughts about that. But as you two are a bit more knowledgeable, I'd rather hear from you guys first. And then whoever we don't choose now can stay on the table and potentially get in later.
Mm-hmm. Well, it is a hard vote because of the distinctions between the characters and how they operate, as compared to like their roles in their respective series. And WarioWare's the bigger franchise. I mean, it's Mario adjacent, so that was bound to happen. They both kind of started around the same little period of time. And Rhythm Heaven at this point is still receiving games as well. I think they still have getting the Mega Mix on the 3DS coming out. So they're still both kind of evergreen franchises at this point. Between the two of them, I would really love Rhythm Heaven to be in Smash. My brain is kind of going Mona, just based on WarioWare being a more ubiquitous franchise. But either way, either way.
Ozzy?
Well, I have a bias. I don't know WarioWare.
Fair
So,
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, my bias would absolutely be Rhythm Heaven. It's just yeah. But what
And
does Zantok think?
well, I've played some of the Wario games. I have not played any Rhythm Heaven game, but I did watch all of them because I'm a madman.
I think to
But that
consider too is
hmm?
sorry.
No, go
Oh,
on.
I think to consider too is that at the time they actually were considering a Rhythm Heaven character in Smash proper.
Yep.
So it's not totally off the table. Sorry. Okay.
And another part with that is that, well, technically speaking, Wario was representing WarioWare in Smash. He doesn't really do anything with it outside of like the Wario Man transformation and his outfit being um, his WarioWare design and like the bike coming from WarioWare, but he doesn't really like any of that is still like this is still within the realm of possibility for like who Wario as a character is. Like Wario riding on a bike, yeah, I would believe that. This seems like the kind of thing he would do. Wario transforming into a crazy superhero character. Uh, did you play the Wario Land games? He transforms into things all the goddamn time. Like this is par for the course for Wario. So it's not like he's really that much of a WarioWare rep. I'm sure there are fans of the Wario Land games who would be screaming at me right now, saying like, "But he doesn't have anything from Wario Land." It's like, you're right. He's more of a Wario personality character than anything else, I would personally say. But between these two, I actually lean towards Marshall over Mona. I think Marshall can be more interesting moveset wise than Mona would. Because Mona would, again, should be it'd be moped, throwing a cheer baton, delivering a pizza, these sorts of things. Whereas Marshall's like a whole concept in himself, and he gets to represent a whole new Nintendo series. Which, sure, technically WarioWare isn't represented in this timeline, but Wario is. So, yeah, splitting hairs there. But I would say Marshall for now, and maybe Mona later.
Yeah, easy vote, easy choice for me. Let's do it.
I didn't think there'd be any disagreement there.
Mm-hmm.
All right. We've got 6. Oh, wait, no, I don't need to deny no. I almost put the big red X. We've got 6 characters so far. 14 slots to go. Potentially 5 of them going to third parties. I don't think we necessarily need to look at the third parties yet, but pretty soon we're gonna need to.
Yeah.
We got 13 different picks.
Mm-hmm.
Oh boy. For now, let's see what should be. I'm kind of feeling. Let me ask this question out about 2 different franchises here. Do we? Oh, 3 of them actually. Shit, I forgot about them. Do we feel like either Kirby, Earthbound, or Kid Icarus could potentially have 2 characters added into the Smash, or should they only have 1 at most?
Kirby, Kid Icarus, and which was the other one? Sorry.
Earthbound.
Okay.
Honestly, I feel like Earthbound can do without Kirby and Kid Icarus. I know Kirby, I don't know Kid Icarus.
Yeah. I'm kind of on the same track. I think Mother probably 1 character. At this point, the franchise is what it is, like what it will always be. Kid Icarus Uprising is a really big game in the 3DS roster. Sakurai developed it. He's obsessed with it. We did get 3 characters in Smash 4, with Dark Pit also being included. I don't know. I don't know if I'm a 2 or 1 on this one, but Kirby, we won a game without including any new Kirby characters. I'm kind of leaning 1 for Kirby, but I think 2 is not out of the realm of possibility.
I'm agreeing with you guys. I definitely think only 1 at most for Earthbound. So we'll need the debate between Lucas and Porky. But then Kid Icarus and Kirby are potential that they could have 2 new characters that in this time for both of them, or it could just be 1. So it might be. I guess the next question is: do we think that any of these franchises should get at least 1 new character, or should any of them potentially not get anything?
Kid Icarus should definitely get another character at minimum. It's the time to do it. It's a huge game right now. Kirby, yeah, I mean it's Kirby. It's huge. It just had its kind of resurrection with Return to Dreamland. Mother, maybe we go 0. It's 1 or 0.
Aza?
Yeah. They agree.
Okay. So then here's what we'll do. Let's start with Kirby and Kid Icarus, and we'll do Earthbound after that. We'll fast track a Kirby character and a Kid Icarus character to leave the second one on the board for now, and then Earthbound will be like, okay, let's kill one of these for now, and leave the remaining one to potentially be picked up again later.
Murder.
Yes. Murder. Like, you lock a bunch of characters in a school together and say that you can only escape if you kill someone else.
They do say you need to murder your darlings.
You do need to murder your darlings. Especially when they are being fan-arted before they even exist.
What?
What? I don't know. I'm not talking about a space station at all. So let's go with Kirby first. I think Kirby, I mean, it's fucking Kirby. People love the Kirby games. They're huge. They've got a lot of fun characters and personality. Right now, we've only got the big 3 currently on the roster of Kirby, Meta Knight, and King Dedede. And basically what we're debating between here with Bandanity and Marks is the character who was recently established as the number 4 character in the Kirby games, and is basically the representation for the spear ability, versus Marks, who would be a villain rep, and unlike King Dedede and Meta Knight, who have evolved to become more anti-heroes, Marks is just a bad guy. He's just not good. Sure, Star Allies made him be a playable character, and somehow it's like, hi, I'm good now, haha. But Star Allies doesn't exist yet, and also it doesn't make any sense. So as far as timeline is concerned, Marks is still a tricksy bad guy who was like, hey Kirby, we need to stop the moon and the sun from fighting. Oh, good job. By the way, I'm going to take over the world now. Thanks for all your help. So which one do we want?
I can see arguments for both of them.
Me too.
Yeah, it's difficult because at this point we also have Nintendo and the people who developed Kirby kind of pushing Magolor as like Marks 2.0. So I kind of don't buy into it because Marks is just so much more interesting, in my opinion. But Bandanity, I mean, to be fair, caused a big splash right away. And although his moveset would be much more simplistic than Marks, and Marks is the more interesting character, arguably, there's a big argument, and there will continue to be a big argument for Bandanity in concurrent episodes if he's not chosen here for his inclusion. It's one of those characters that kind of feels like a freight train, like it's almost inevitable. He's a huge get.
Yeah, I honestly feel like if Ultimate's base roster was larger than it was, we probably would have had Bandanity on it. And Dixie Kong.
Yeah.
Maybe not Dixie, but definitely Bandanity.
Yeah, I mean, we could have gone Bandanity over several of the DLC characters, and I would have been fine with it, honestly. Piranha Plant, bye. God.
Honestly, just kind of want to round out the 4, honestly.
I mean, it's a good
Yeah,
argument.
I feel like.
It's a good argument. Like,
Yeah.
personally, I'll always be more interested in Marks as a character and what his moveset potential could be. But part of this whole thing is trying to get into like the mindset of not just our own biases, but also what we think Nintendo and Sakurai would probably do in this scenario with our bias and hand waving a lot of crazy bullshit. And I think it is more likely that Bandanity would get picked.
Yeah.
Even with Sakurai, you know, Marks is more of his baby. Superstar was like his big thing. Return to Dreamland he didn't develop, but yeah, that's my thought too. Is that it's Bandanity is a major commodity, and I think versus Marks it's clear. Even though I prefer Marks myself.
All right. Well, it sounds like Bandanity is joining the roster, and Marks might have his chance later on into the show.
He may have his chance.
He will have his time.
All right. Well, next then, Kid Icarus. We've got Viridi. We've got Palutena. Palutena is the goddess of light who defends humanity and is the goddess that Pit is sworn to. In the original Kid Icarus game, she is captured by Medusa and held captive, and Pit has to fly his way out of the underworld and back to the overworld. Great naming there, guys. And save her. Whereas Viridi is the goddess of nature who fights for the planet and the plants and says, "Fuck humans, you all suck!" And then, I mean, to be fair,
Does she speak for the trees?
she absolutely speaks for the trees. So
That's all
much.
I need to know.
She, you know, the humans like to burn down nature. They don't take care of nature very good. Some try, but overall. That said, Viridi's problems is she decides the whole solution is to kill all humans and reset the planet to nature, and that's kind of genocide, and that's bad. That's very not good, Viridi. I understand your motive, but that's not good.
Yep.
Yep. But after Pit kind of trunks a bit, like she basically teams up with him. And it's like, okay, I still don't like you guys and humans, but the underworld is kind of a bigger problem. Also, these aliens that are appearing out of nowhere, I don't like them either. So let's work together. And Viridi becomes a supporting character in the game, which is really fun. She's like Uprising's localization is just fucking amazing. If you haven't played it, please check it out. The only problem with Uprising is its controls on the 3DS. They are a bit of a problem. Dear God. But the characters, the humor, the interactions between them is just so good. And Viridi is one of the best of them. Like, Palutena is fine as a character, but she's just like very much like she teases Pit a bit, but there's not a whole lot that she's doing. Whereas Viridi is just talking so much shit, and I love it. And Palutena, I mean, yeah, she can use the godly powers that Pit could equip in Kid Icarus Uprising, because yeah, there's a whole power equip system, and that's basically what her attacks are pulled from for Smash 4 and Ultimate. Viridi, you'd basically have to either naturify some of those abilities or just give them from some straight up invented nature-like powers, which I don't think would be that difficult to do.
Oh, you've done it.
I have.
You've already done it.
I have. I have the whole moveset made for her and everything.
Definitely. Yeah, I mean, I'm 100% Team Viridi in general. As far as the character goes, it's she is the highlight of an amazing game, which is saying something, because it's full of character, and she's probably the best character in that game. Palutena, I mean, the only reason I view her is it's like the canon route. She's been around since the beginning, with the original Kid Icarus back in the 80s and 90s, 1 and 2, and then comes back for Uprising, and again, as Zantok said, is capable of using all of the different the various arts that Pitt has given to him by her, like I don't know, auto reticle, heavenly light, reflect, like a bunch of stuff. And Ultimate kind of goes about it and neutralizes her character and makes it like the most boring version it could possibly be. But Smash 4 was great to her.
Wow, warp.
Yeah.
Wow,
Yeah.
reflect and counter. Hurrah!
Why?
They really homogenized the most boring moves that they could have out of her Smash 4 custom moves. It's like, seriously? Oh my god.
Yeah, at the time, Palutena was really interesting in Smash 4 because she was the one character in the game where all of her custom moves were not just slight variations; they were totally different moves. So she had 12 different potential special moves.
Yep. And
which was cool.
And even if you only look at what each character's like initial set of moves is, just like their A move set, it was still more interesting than her ultimate move set because counter, reflect, warp, they were not all on the A move set. They were mixed in with the other moves. And that just made her boring.
Yeah, that's right. Could go either way. I mean, at least Dark Pit isn't here.
I would not vote for Dark Pit.
No, but yeah, but both of these characters are important for different reasons, and and both of them can bring a lot, like a terrible amount to the table as far as move potential goes. Yeah.
So who are we adding?
Yeah, I don't think that it's as strong of an. I like Bandanity. Felt like the argument was, less interesting moveset potential, but such a major character at this point. I feel like this is a lot more evenly matched. Like Viridi's the larger personality with maybe a little less upper sleeve because she's more pinpointed into a nature gap, whereas Palutena has all of these different potential moves. But both of them represent something new to Smash and would be great additions. I could go either way.
Ozza, what do you think?
I have no thoughts. I don't know these characters.
Who
Who
sounds interesting to you? From what we've said so
she
far.
speaks for the trees.
I'll take it. I mean, between them, like Palutena does have value to her. Like, there's nothing wrong with her being in. But between them, I personally feel like Viridi is just far more of an interesting choice. Not only just character-wise, but also gives you like a different perspective from the Kid Icarus lineup of characters. Because Palutena is just like, all right, so she's aligned with Pitt. It's just more of that. Whereas Viridi is like, okay, we've got somebody who is actually an antagonist for an entire arc of the game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, let's do it.
All right.
Viridi is in, and Palutena will stay on the table for now. But now it's to the Earthbound characters: Porky Mitch, Lucas. One of them is being murdered. The other one might get added in later. I got me thoughts, but Jonno is a bigger Earthbound smart person than I am, and Ozza nominated Lucas while I did not, so I'll let you two start.
Okay. Yeah, both interesting choices. I'm not. There was kind of a minor rally against Lucas in the last episode because you are treading over, like, oh, this is a character that doesn't necessarily know a lot of melee, not melee, but physical attacks, like damaging attacks, offensive attacks in his respective game. But neither does Ness, and it worked out well enough for him, and he's on our roster here. You also have the rope snake. There's there's room to mess around and do enough with PSI to warrant a second character, like more than what Lucas was given in Brawl for sure. So there's definitely room, for a second PSI user. Porky, I mean, totally different type of character. Obviously, look at him. And what's interesting here is that he's an antagonist that lasts over these two games, Earthbound going into Mother 3. He's the primary antagonist of both games and can fight from his little spider pod there. So there's a lot that he would bring to the table in terms of like a unique move set and being an interesting villain. But actually, I could see either character making it in. And I could also potentially see neither make it in, because we're looking at this roster here. We have a lot of RPG characters on the table still. We have Pokemon still on the table. We have a Fire Emblem character still on the table. Quirkier characters on the table still. There's a lot of crossover where potentially these two would infringe on a lot of other characters' tread. But then again, the theming is different enough to where maybe one can make it in. And my lean's kind of neutral right now. I'm kind of on even ground for either of them.
Yeah, both of them I feel like would be both of them would be weird additions to the current roster. With Lucas being very similar to Ness and Porky being Porky. But as much as I love Lucas, Porky does have the absolutely safe capsule, so he can resist getting murdered.
Yeah, that's true. But I mean, what else can you do with Lucas potentially? You can have him use PK Love in some way or ground. I mean, there's a few other moves. But I mean, yeah, he's the protagonist of his game, and Mother 3 is still the most recent one that came out. So there's room to include him, reason to include him. But I mean, yeah, if you're going just off of what's more interesting, then yeah, Porky is certainly that. But I don't know. What is the old talk think?
I feel like between these two characters, there is a lot more going for Porky's inclusion than there is going for Lucas's. With Porky, you have a character who is one, a villain, two, with a unique, not necessarily character model, because Porky is a guy, but he's also a guy in this spider bot mecha thing, which is itself a unique model that you would be living with as a fighting game in Smash. Whereas Lucas, no, while there's nothing wrong with humanoids, is just a regular looking person. Lucas also, presumably, would be similar to Ness in terms of his fighting ability. Whereas while we probably could just come up with some more unique stuff for him to do, we don't currently have something like that built up. Whereas with Porky, you're going to have something unique. It's required. You can't just copy paste something paint onto him. It will not work. Another bit too on top of that is Mother 3, while fans wanted to come to the West, it hasn't yet. So you could make the argument at this point and think, well, Lucas, his game never made it out of Japan, so why should we add him in here at this point, whereas at least fans know who Porky is? Lucas got added into Lucas was in terms of the real Smash canon. Lucas was considered for Melee as a replacement for Ness back when Mother 3 was originally going to have released on the N64 before Melee came out. But then the N64 version of the game got canceled and it got delayed and eventually released on the GBA, which gave it enough time for it to for him to be added to Brawl. And even then, he was considered to completely replace Ness. Ness and Jigglypuff were both on the chopping block for Smash Brawl. But we are in a different timeline now. We are further along in history here, and at this point, there is no signs of Earthbound or Mother 3 ever comes to the West and potentially being called Earthbound 2. And with all of those arguments, and my thought process is throw Lucas in the river, and maybe Porky gets at it at some point.
Well, what does Ozza think about this?
Well, poor Lucas.
Murder the child!
Man.
Um,
So what's our verdict?
okay, I was like, what's going on? Okay, yeah, I mean, when you consider Porky and how he would fight, I kind of feel like we can. Does anyone else feel like we can just fast track him?
Oh, I'm surprised that came up because I did not think it would.
But I mean, we can leave him on the table for now. Why not?
I mean,
Yeah, I'm
I
not
don't.
entirely sure on Porky
Okay,
yet.
that's fair because I mean, we still have a lot of offbeat choices and a lot of RPG choices. So there's those two categories that could kind of screw him over.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't know if RPG is really a category that might count against Porky, largely because he's just so different. But because he's so different, that's where the offbeat choices start muddying the waters.
Yeah, at least we fit Trainer and Mona. Maybe
We
maybe
Trainer, Mona, me, Duck Hunt, Balloon Fighter, Diver. All of them are in the wild category.
Yeah.
Arguably
Sure.
King Hippo.
Prince of all cosmos. there's a lot here.
Yeah. Monokuma would technically be
Yeah.
a wild choice in that regard as well.
Cool.
All right. Well, that's one less blonde to consider. All right. So at this point, I feel like we should chip away a little bit, not go so hard at it, but a little bit at the third parties. We've got 13 of them here.
God.
I think we have room to push forward, I would say 2 of them right now. Don't necessarily need to cut any of them just yet, although maybe we'll see. Maybe you two have differing opinions. But I think we could add 2 of them for now and then circle back around to the rest of the entire block later on once we add some more actual Nintendo characters. What do you think?
All right.
Sure.
So how do we want to approach this? Do we all just want to pick one character that we picked and then have them be our primary argument and then see what we want?
Can we just talk about Cloud real quick?
Okay, absolutely. Let's talk about my boy Cloud Strife.
Well, I didn't nominate him, so.
Oh, I thought you were wanting to talk about him specifically. I thought you had something to say there.
No, but I feel like there should be stuff to be said about Cloud.
Oh, there is. Cloud. So Smash Cannon had the Smash Ballot. And a variety of Final Fantasy characters we have learned were nominated. We don't know who or how many votes they all got. But we do know that Cloud got the most of all of them, which should be no fucking surprise. Because to this day, so many years after 1997, Final Fantasy VII remains the most popular Final Fantasy game, and Cloud Strife remains the most popular Final Fantasy protagonist. Others have attempted to challenge that, but they've all fallen short for a variety of reasons. Cloud and his game are considered some of the greats of all time in gaming. It is constantly considered to be one of the greatest games of all time. Whether or not it is or not is obviously personal preference, but it's up there. It's absolutely up there. Generally speaking, with third parties, when you're picking a character to represent a whole series, you're either picking the face of the franchise, the character from the original game, or the character from the most recent game, and that is a pattern that has. I feel like there was one character that kind of broke the mold a little bit. I can't remember who they were, but generally speaking, that's been the pattern the whole way through. Cloud is the fucking face of the entire franchise. He's the face of the company. He's arguably, maybe not the face, but a high-profile face of JRPGs and RPGs at large. If Ryu is Mr. Fighting Game, Cloud is Mr. JRPG.
We're definitely words about Cloud Strife.
It was a lot of words.
Yeah.
Now you also nominated him, so what else do you have to say about Cloud?
Not a whole lot more that you hadn't already said. I feel that I feel relatively strongly that if there were one third-party character that made it from all of our lists, it would be Cloud. For the reasons you had already mentioned.
Yeah, Cloud is very much a safe pick, it feels like.
Also, have you played Final Fantasy VII? I know you played 15.
No.
Add it to your list.
I know the beats.
Add it and the remake to your list.
Ah, god damn it. Okay.
I so declare. Alright, so it sounds like we're making Cloud be our first third party for this game. Is that accurate?
No, yeah. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Sounds accurate to me. So now, who would be the second third party we'd be adding in at this point? There's a few standouts to me as possibilities, but considering I pretty much just got my number one, who do the two of you think? Because I have thoughts on other ones who I think I would choose. Like I know who my top 5 would be of all these third parties, but I'm not the only one here.
You're like, my 4 plus this one.
Actually, no.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
There's 3 characters I'm looking at specifically because their games are kind of similar.
I think I know who you're talking about.
Yeah.
Yuri, Master Chief, and the Prince of all Cosmos.
No.
There's actually 2 sets
Phoenix...
of those characters. Yeah.
I mean, Phoenix, Layton, and Monokuma.
Yeah. I definitely don't feel like all 3 of these are going to make it. I don't know if any of them will. I know I have my thoughts on this, but I definitely don't think all 3 of them will. It might just be 1, maybe 2, but definitely not all 3.
I think it will come down to 1 or none.
Yeah.
And I also think that, not necessarily strongly, but I do think that Yuri, Stock, and Adal may fit a similar situation here.
Is Oliver not in that mix?
I mean, it's a JRPG, but it's very different. Like the way Oliver would fight is quite different. Okay. So I'm not sure.
Yeah, Oliver is more of a magician than a warrior.
Okay.
A magician and a potential summoner. But with Pokemon Ranger already in the mix, so you could say a magician. Yeah.
All right. Well, since it was brought up, maybe we can talk about both of these trios and pick at least 1 character to kill off, potentially 2, and then choose a second, third party once we've eliminated some of these. So let's start with Layton, Phoenix, and Monokuma. I'm going to let Jonno go first.
Okay. At the time of like around 2012-ish, Layton was a pretty hot commodity on the handheld scene with Level 5, who also developed. They released Curious Village and Diabolical Box and Unknown Future, and a few other titles, including, funnily enough, Phoenix versus Layton. It's a puzzler game. These are all potentially characters where their moveset would be kind of offbeat and hard to really potentially pin down. Although they did do that with Phoenix and MVC3. But ultimately, you're translating a puzzle character, a very popular puzzle character, into Smash, and finding ways that could potentially be executed in his special moves. People often go to the slot machine gun that he builds in the Unwanted Future, or the explosive contrivances like the toy car or train or robot that he builds. He's an inventor and a kind of a detective-ish dude, archaeologist. So yeah, there's some stuff he can do on the fly that would be interesting. It's a fairly major series at the time. That's kind of that. I would say this will be difficult because these three guys are pretty evenly matched.
All right. Also, what do you think?
Honestly, Leighton is the one I least know about. But out of these three, I honestly think it would be biased towards Phoenix.
Oh, what about Monokuma?
Well, I don't remember when,
I have it pulled up. Both Trigger Happy Havoc
Thank you.
and Goodbye Despair have released by this point in the timeline. Although, as a note, Goodbye Despair has only released in Japan on the PSP at this point, and it would not release outside of the PSP or Japan until 2013 and 2014 on the Vita.
Okay, so the first game was already localized.
Yes.
Okay. Actually, yeah, that changes things. Like,
Wait.
Danganronpa was very much...
Wait a minute.
Huh?
Wait a minute. No, it wasn't.
Oh, shit.
Oh my god, I didn't notice this. Danganronpa, the first game was not released outside of Japan until 2014. February 11th, 2014.
Yeah.
When was Goodbye Despair? Oh my god, I completely missed this. The September 2014 was when it released. Was when Goodbye Despair released outside of Japan. Wow, boy, they
Yeah, I
stayed.
do remember it.
Huh.
I do remember it taking it a good while before they actually got localized. Like, I was one of the I liked Danganronpa before it was cool, when it was like still being translated on the by that one dude on the freaking Let's Player Archive. I forgot what the website is called unofficially. So I feel like Monokuma, even though I did nominate him as my bias pick, not really in consideration.
Well, shit, I was ready to make arguments for Monokuma, but now knowing that, I think he's kind of out of the running.
Sorry. Oops.
Shit. Huh. Well, that's a goddamn shame. I mean, he's still technically legal. Like, he could be picked, but I feel like this far into the timeline, choosing a character that their games have never released outside of Japan, and it's been a couple years since they were first made, I think that's a stretch.
Yeah.
Damn.
Unfortunately, so it's hard to argue. Yeah.
I was ready to do it. Shit. Okay. Are you regretting Kiryu now?
Maybe. But if I nominated Kiryu, I would have to talk about the freaking god awful Yakuza 1 dub.
I mean, what? Just to go on this side note, what Yakuza games have released by now? Let me do. We're up to Yakuza 5 in the timeline, so there's been a lot of it.
Shoot.
You didn't check that, did you? Oh,
I did not.
Well, it didn't release outside Japan until 2015. What was the last one to release? Where are we in terms of localization? Dead Souls released, and so did 4. Okay, so 5 is just waiting for a while, but we're released up to Yakuza 4 and Dead Souls in localization.
So my Kickman would have been viable. Whatever, it's fine.
What would have been viable?
Nothing. Don't worry about it.
Okay. Well, either way, Cosmic Fury was not nominated. Unfortunate. But I do think at this point, Monokuma's gone, which is unfortunate. I actually, I was gonna do it. I really was. I was gonna kill off my guy Phoenix and be like, it's Monokuma. It just makes sense. But if Phoenix Wright versus Professor Layton, if it's only one of them, we gotta decide who it would be, not necessarily pushing them through. Jonno, I know you're Professor Layton, yeah.
What? Oh, no, it's again, it's not like Leighton doesn't have the potential for this moment, but it's hard to argue against Phoenix. The franchise has been around a little longer than Leighton, and they're just about as popular as each other at this point in time. And it's from Capcom, a good old friend of Nintendo. So I feel that, even though I nominated Leighton, it's one of those points where it's like, oh, I want to talk about him a bit. Maybe he'll make it in, but probably not. Because Phoenix Wright, I think, is the obvious choice of the three.
Okay. Because when I'm looking at the two of them and their franchises, they have some similarities in that neither one of them would be a traditional fighter. Their games are both puzzle or puzzle adjacent in Phoenix Wright's case, whereas he's not really solving puzzles the way Layton is. He's more of a logic puzzle and deduction and reasoning type of game, going to the court cases and whatnot. Whereas Professor Layton is just like a straight up mix of all kinds of puzzles. All puzzles out the ass. With, slot machine, gun, and whatever else he has at his disposal as well, little inventions. The Professor Layton games, we've got most of them out at this point. We've also got most of the Phoenix Wright games out at this point. The most recent mainline Professor Layton game that we have released by now is Miracle Mask. And for Ace Attorney, Apollo Justice, which is, which means all of the first three games, and then there's soft reboot of sorts. Both the investigation games have also released, and perhaps most importantly, the Professor Layton versus Phoenix Wright crossover has released by this point in the timeline. So the two of them had that connection right there. That's a bit of a fun thing. And then both franchises have a game coming up in 2013 that would have been in development at this point, with Professor Layton and the Azure Legacy, and Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Dual Destinies, which was a return to form for the series after it was on a bit of a hiatus of sorts, or at least anything involving Phoenix Wright as the main character, because he hadn't been the main protagonist since 2004, which was wild.
Quite some time ago, yeah.
Yeah. But between these, I think a big part of the argument, again, neither are the traditional fighters, but Phoenix Wright is the more well-known character. And I think that'd be a big part of what could make him be the choice over Layton.
I think, too, it would be a lot easier to deny if he were not a Capcom character. That's a big thing. Like, they're major collaborators with Nintendo. It just feels natural to include him.
Yeah.
All right. So Layton is out then. Let's hold off on fast tracking Layton just yet. Monokuma is also. I just need to put the X over him. I hadn't gotten to that yet.
Okay.
So put it over Monokuma first, because we killed him first, and then Professor Layton. Goodbye, Mr. Tall Hat Man. Okay, so we've got our trio of RPG swordsmen not named Cloud. Yuri Lowell, Stock, and Adol Christian. Honestly, between the three of these, I really only know Yuri. I know Stock a bit because I was able to catch most of Ozza's stream of Radiant Historia. But the problem with Twitch streaming is sometimes you can't always catch things, and you're busy doing work, so sometimes you don't
Hmm.
see everything that happens. But so I'll let Ozza talk about stock in Adol. Yuri, he's a swordsman, like your average JRPG hero is. But he's got a bit of a different attitude compared to most heroes. He is totally fine with killing a bad guy. He's not gonna have the whole Batman thing. It's like, no, if I kill, that means I'm a killer, and there's still another killer in the world. Now he straight up pushes the guy into a river and has him die. He does not care. It's like, no, you're a piece of shit. It's time for you to go to hell. It's part of what makes him an extremely popular protagonist. He's got a loyal ally, Rapide, the dog, who fights alongside him as one of his party members. Uh, and he's got not really magic, but he's got some projectile type moves at his disposal that he can send out like energy waves that go across the ground or cause effects of that nature. But what about stock in Adol or Adol or however the hell that's pronounced?
All right. Starting with stock. Stock is definitely more of the. Well, he doesn't start off that way, but his character development leads him more to being more of the all-loving hero sort of type. He has the power to turn back time, and he does that to help everyone around him.
Ooh.
With the end goal of him cultivating his soul to be sacrificed for everyone's good.
Ah, balls.
But
Hooray!
Stock in particular. The Radiant Historia has a very interesting combat system, which is why I put stock in here. The grid system in Radiant Historia is it makes me feel like a genius, honestly. Which is the main reason why he's here. I would like to see an adaptation of that in Smash somehow, in some way, in some form. As for Edel Kristen, I only play Memories of Solseta, so I don't really know much of the other ES games. But Adol, he's more like he's a silent protagonist, more like Link, honestly. He's his character he's basically like a traveler. The games are kind of like written in a way that they're like his travel diaries being read in the future.
Oh yeah.
So, but as like specifically in Memories of Solseta, he is very standard warrior, extremely standard warrior. It has honestly been a while since I played Memories of Solseta. I just remember enjoying it and the story, but otherwise I can't really vouch for him as a character. It's just something I wanted to put on the table.
Fair enough. And I mean, he is a character that has quite a bit of legacy behind him. Memories of Solseta looks like it wasn't localized until 2013, but the E series is pretty substantial, starting way back in 1987, and has had several games in the years since then, including a crossover against the Trails in the Sky series. What? It's a crossover fighting game, East versus Trails in the Sky. That is wild to me. Wild to me. Okay, that is good to know. Jonno, I know that you have some familiarity with Adol in the East games as well. So why don't you speak to his character a little bit here too?
Yeah, East came out in 87, so as you pointed out, it would have been eligible as far back as the NES Smash in this series. So there is legacy behind the character. That's been kind of important for canonical Smash inclusions. Yeah, I'm a big, I was a big fan of the original games when they came out on the Virtual Console with the TurboGrafx 16. Back in the day when Adal fought his enemies by simply bumping into them. Maybe you can make that a mechanic in Smash somehow. Yeah, he has a number of different magical attacks on him. There's a tornado he can summon with a sword. Ignis, fire, magic, ball stuff. Yeah, kind of a mix of different sword fighters we see in Smash. Cloud, Shulk, Link, with a little extra dusting of his own charm. I think the big argument for him is that he and his company have been around for so long.
Yeah, I have to agree. I think that's a big point in his favor. Looking up briefly, like what his and Stock's abilities are, and what I know about yours as well. I think all three of them have like they're sword fighting JRPG characters. They have like your standard sword slashes, your thrusts, your swirling AOE attacks where you do a big old swing around you. They've got their own range attacks with either fireballs or some kind of waving energies or whatnot. They've all got like a similar enough to them that they could be a more or less the same kind of archetype of a fighter. So we probably only really need one of them. There is potential for two, but looking at this host of third-party options we have, and not even factoring all the Nintendos, I don't really know that we do. I do think at very least, you guys may disagree. I think at the very least one of them should go. But do you think we should cut two of them right now?
Yeah, I am not entirely feeling strong either way. I think ultimately, as you say, one will make it in, or potentially none. So yeah, I guess we can eliminate one right now at the very least.
Okay. Here would be my argument. We have East and its legacy. Uh, we have Radiant Historia, which was a one and done, and then we have Tales of Vesperia, which is uh, I thought it was the latest Tales game. I'm not entirely sure if that's accurate or not, but the Tales series is much like oh no, it's not the latest, but he's still the most popular protagonist by far. And Tales has its own legacy, much like the East series. That's just very much an anthology-like series, much like Final Fantasy and Dragon Quest and Fire Emblem.
Mm-hmm.
I personally think it's between Adal and Yuri based on those qualities. I don't think Stock matches up as much, but I also don't know Stock as well, despite seeing part of the stream of his gameplay.
Mm-hmm.
But that's kind of where I'm at. And between the two of them, it's hard for me to kind of pick. I'm not entirely sure who it would be between Yuri and Adol. Adol has more legacy just himself personally, and technically his series has more legacy than the Tales series does, since Tales didn't start until 1995. But Yuri's sheer popularity is insane in the Tales franchise, but does that compare to Adol? I don't know.
Mm-hmm. I agree. With the two we're keeping on the board right now. Stock is an interesting choice. Radiant Historia has a really interesting battle system, and it's a fantastic game by Atlas. So it's not just a bunch of nobodies who put this together, but just considering that the other two characters have these weighty backgrounds, it's hard to put much stock in stock.
So
Wow.
we're sacrificing the stock.
He's sacrificing himself for the good of the timeline. His sacrifice lets Tingle take flight.
We lost stock,
as
but at what cost?
Yuri also has being owned by Namco behind him, a major player in the game.
Yeah.
Developers of Smash at this point, and who knows if that would be the case in this world, but assumptively so.
Just for the sake of simplicity, I think they're working on it.
Okay, but yeah, Doll is still again a major legacy with actually quite a bit of interesting stuff he can do. So
do we
I
want?
actually have. Sorry.
No, go on.
Oh, I have a slight lean between the two characters. That being said, but what were you gonna say?
I was about to ask, like, so do we want to keep both Yuri and Adal on the table, or do we want to go ahead and narrow it down, only have one of them?
What does Ozma think?
Well, I don't really know Yuri very well. I just know that he's very popular.
Hmm. I was actually going to, if I had to choose between these two characters, which I mean ultimately we will all have to do. If we were keeping one, I would actually lean Adal for reasons we'd already mentioned. But that's just me.
Yeah.
I'm honestly okay with that. East having such its old legacy and having a standard protagonist that stays throughout the entire series is
Mm-hmm.
a strong argument in his favor. Yuri is great. The Tales series is popular, but the Tales series, while he's the most popular, then could feasibly go with other characters. And Namco might just be like, hey, we like working on this. We don't necessarily need another character. It's fine.
Yeah, that's true.
Like they worked
That
on
is
Smash
true.
4 and they only got Pac-Man, and a lot of people thought that they should have
Mm-hmm.
had a second, and it's like, no, just Pac-Man for us. And even then, when they finally got a second
Mm-hmm.
one, it was a very late DLC.
Mm-hmm. It was.
All
It
right.
was.
Well, in that case, stock is out, and so is Yuri Lowell. So we've
May
gone
they
ahead
have the
and
chance another day.
yes, we've gone ahead and included one new third party with Cloud Strife, and we've killed off 4 others. Not bad, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so with that, we've just knocked out 4 more third parties. Yuri, Stock, Monokuma, and Professor Lean are all out of the running, unless we decide to bring them back up later. But we probably won't. Maybe. I don't know. But now we need to go ahead and figure out, okay, why is Jono being a weirdo? I don't know. It's just a case that happens with him all the time. The real question is, who is the next third party we are going to be bringing into the roster? At this point, we are down to Alucard, Phoenix Wright, Chun-Li, Ezio Auditore, Master Chief, Prince of El Cosmos, Oliver, and Adol Kristen. How we feeling?
Overwhelmed.
I can't help with that. We just knocked out 4.
We knocked out 4, and there's still what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 left.
And
Good.
at least
Good
3
job.
more of those have to be cut.
Mm-hmm. Or 8
Great.
left. 8 left, actually. I miscounted.
4 more of those
Wow.
have to be cut.
Mm-hmm. Well, we just compared a few of them, and Adal's on the table. So still, all the other guys are so different. Where are either of you two leaning?
There are a couple that I have an eye on as primary names, and I would be okay with any of them, but I could be swayed between them.
Okay.
I'm just thinking about the Prince of All Cosmos.
As one does quite frequently, yeah.
As someone who nominated the Prince of All Cosmos, I think it's a fun choice.
You know what? Let's hear the pitch. Because of all the third party options, Principal Cosmos is, well, I guess him and Oliver, and Adol really, but we've talked about Adol a little bit. Principal Cosmos and Oliver are the 2 that I have the least of a read on. Oliver I have a little bit more on just because, like, I know, okay, he's got magical abilities to him. He's got his drippy boy that I don't know what it would do, but maybe it could do something. But Principal Cosmos, I'm kind of at a loss as to what he can do besides roll ball. So pitch me.
Honestly, there isn't really much he can do other than roll ball. Yeah, honestly, I pitched him because I think Principal Cosmos is a fun idea, but honestly, if he ever did get in Smash, I honestly don't see him more than an assist trophy, honestly.
I mean, I can definitely see him working as an assist trophy. He would not only assist trophy, but he would make a perfect me costume.
Yeah.
Like honestly, I'm just looking at his design now. It's like this is a brawler me costume right here. Not that we have Mii's
Yeah,
here in
we
this
don't have
timeline,
Mii's
but
here yet.
we might eventually. Who knows? They're on one of our rosters. We might add them in. But as a fighter, like I know you asked me like a year and a half, 2 years ago at one point. It was like Principal Cosmos Smash, and I was just like, let me look into that. And then I came out of it. It's like, I really wanted to say, sure, I can figure something out, but I don't know if I can figure something out. I've
Yeah,
seen
he just has a
movesets being
ball.
made for him, but it was like years ago.
There's only so much you can do
Yeah.
with a ball.
I mean, like, there's the passive pushing forward. He could kick it forward to, like, send it as a fast projectile, and then, I guess, throw it. And then I'm out of ideas.
Yeah.
He can in the games he can do a lot with the Katamari. He can also use it to jump up, like a bouncy ball, or speed forward, like rev up and speed forward. There's also just the inherent nature of the Katamari that would have to be taken into consideration, like capturing
Yeah, they are like
items. Yeah, they're sticky.
they're basically like star seeds.
The fuck is a star seed?
Yeah, you're rolling stuff into a Katamari, and then eventually it all gets condensed into a star.
That's what you mean. I thought you were saying like the Katamari is like a star seed. I was like, what is that? Like another? No. Is that another game? I don't know what that is.
No.
I mean, he could also use like a super huge Katamari with everything on it for the Final Smash, or
obviously, Final Smash is obviously everybody getting rolled up and turning into a star. When then his dad is off in like the distant space background, giving a thumbs up or some shit. I don't know.
The Hyper Rainbow Star. Yeah, and I mean you can also maybe use the vortex that appears at the beginning and end of levels, and like the angel things that help the Principal Cosmos do. I do actually think there's merit to a moveset. It would just be more focused than a lot of other character movesets are, but at the same time, you can say Little Mac is a conceptual moveset because he's focused on punching and not being able to have a lot of air game. So this would be like Principal Cosmos is a conceptual moveset, or Min Min, with being a boxing character too. So there's precedent in Smash for it. I don't think he's fully off the table yet.
I mean, and hey, it's like the common joke of, Sonic is just 2 spin dashes and a spring.
True that. And at this point, Sonic's already in, and Sega's a good friend of Nintendo at this point. So the Prince making it in wouldn't be like a...
Is Katamari Sega?
Oh, or is it Namco? Let me see here.
Yeah, I'm checking the character bank. Wrong Prince.
I don't actually know.
Other wrong Prince. Namco. They're Namco.
Oh, it's not. That may actually be.
We had 2 Namco characters up today. I didn't even realize it.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, Yuri, you got beat by a prince.
Gosh.
Damn.
Yeah. So the idea is pretty cool. I think.
Okay. All right. You've convinced me not to argue against the prince, because I'll be honest, I wasn't sure. That said,
Gotcha.
Are we arguing the prince is our next third party, or are we just arguing his validity?
At least its validity. I don't know if it's the next third
Yeah.
party, because there are some pretty heavy hitters on the board,
Yeah.
still, but yeah, the validity part.
It's like I will say that, like, I think, based on what you said, like, okay, there's an argument here he could make it on the list, but there's at least two or three third parties that I feel like are higher up, and like not just higher up, but like a tier above.
Hmm. I will say I can see an argument for and against most of them, and there is
Sure.
one that I really don't see an argument against at this point.
Okay, well now I'm curious because I could see an argument for and against all of them, except for the one who I don't know shit about. So I guess fair enough there. I'm sorry, Oliver. I can't argue for or against you because I don't know you. Maybe if Nino Kuni does better in the next Forest Sandtalk to play a game poll, I'll figure out who you are. But that we're not at that point in time yet.
Basically, he's a magic user and a potential summoner.
Yeah, that's all I know. And he has a little nose boy.
Drippy could appear in the same sense Morgana does in
I
Joker's
was
moveset.
literally gonna say Morgana.
Yeah.
Yep. The one I was referring to as at least harder to argue than most, is Phoenix.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. Because I think the argument against Phoenix is, uh, I think there's multiple arguments against Phoenix actually, and I see that wanting the character. One, his like while he's one of my top picks, his profile is far below some of these others. He's way below Chun-Li, Ezio, Master Chief, uh, probably Alucard. Uh, I don't know. I don't know where else he's. I don't know if how he compares to the other three, but like those ones are like much bigger stars, and there's always been that talk of like, well, how does Phoenix fight? Go play Marvel vs. Capcom 3. Play it.
Precisely.
It's a great game.
At the same time, he did oust Leighton and Monokuma for a reason, and I think it's
Yeah.
above the precedent of just Danganronpa being in your series or Leighton, whatever. Wright is, I think, a class above them in that space of visual noveldom, and again, he's had so many Nintendo installments. Many even mistake him for a Nintendo character, so
Yep.
he does have that going for him. Um, at the same time, yeah, you could say Chun-Li's had a billion and one Street Fighter releases on Nintendo consoles as well.
She's
But
the
yeah,
second most common Capcom crossover character after Ryu, and then after two
right.
of them, it's some Mega Man. Which
Probably
one?
X,
Uh, maybe
maybe.
the battle between X, Tron, Bon, and Zero and Classic Mega Man, who has crossed over the most. I honestly don't know who it would be, but it's
Mm,
one of the four of them.
gotcha. Um, okay, well, if we can't necessarily, if we're only fighting for the validity of these third parties so far, does that mean maybe we should hone in on one or two more that perhaps don't stand up still?
If we want to go that route, I think the argument that the next logical third party argument to tackle is Alucard and Chun Li. Do we add in a second character from an existing third party franchise? Because you and I both picked one that already exists. You picked Chun Li when we already have Ryu in the game, and I picked Alucard when we already added in Simon Belmont.
Right, and I think we both expressed our reasons for that. I guess a quick rechart for Chun-Li. As you said, she is extremely prolific in Capcom crossovers. The one of the most popular and iconic fighting game characters ever. Probably equal to Ryu in many respects, and they're both from the same game franchise. So I don't know. I think we live in a world now where it wouldn't be surprising at all to see Chun-Li actually show up in Smash. And to see her here, if she were included, it wouldn't be per se the most personally exciting pick, but at the same time, she's extremely deserving.
And comparing it to reality, she would be a lot more unique than Ken.
Yeah, true. Alucard. I mean, Simon was in the first episode. He was the first third party we ever did for the NES Smash.
Yep. And that's why I included him. Like, I wasn't sure if I wanted to have an existing third party series get a second rep, and it was honestly between Alucard and Chun-Li on who I was deciding between. I went with Alucard purely on the reasoning that Simon was the first third party we added in, so it felt like it made sense to me. It's like, all right, Castlevania was the first series to get a character. Might be the first series to get a second character. Who in real Smash? What series do people most say like this is the series that most deserves a second third party character? It wasn't Final Fantasy. It's Sonic the Hedgehog.
Right.
And the Alucard, and of any possible second Castlevania character, not only is Alucard make the most sense, just popularity wise, but gameplay wise. It's like, oh hey, look, it's not another Belmont with the same fucking whip. It's actually a unique move pool. Yes, there is Shanoa, there is Dracula, there is Soma Cruz, but none of them compare to Alucard.
No, Alucard was the progenitor of the Metroidvania, so many of the things that Shinoa or Soma could do are kind of inherently his originally.
Yep.
Yeah, and there's a lot you can do there because of the summons that he has and unique weapons. So cool.
That said, while we have them both here, I'm not personally. What's the word I'm looking for here? I'm not set on us needing to have either of them. I basically wanted to just nominate the idea of should we consider doing this, having one third party franchise get a second character. If neither of them happen, then I am okay with that. And I feel like for most series that would probably set a precedent to where it just won't happen. Maybe there might be a few that it could happen before, like, again, it could happen for Street Fighter or Castlevania, or a series like Final Fantasy that's more of a, I always forget the word that I want to use, but it's a different setting and characters every game, so that's like a different situation, kind of like with Fire Emblem. But I don't personally feel like we need to have a second character from a third-party franchise, and in one respect, it's easier not to do that, because it means we can pick things that are more out there.
Right. It's not necessarily a need, though at the same time, Canon Smash has done it already with Ultimate, and these two characters do have a popularity and iconicity precedent over almost everyone else that we're discussing. Out of the third parties, besides Ezio and Chief, honestly.
Yeah, I was about to say, there's no way either of them are above Chief. In their respective communities, yes. But Chief is like the biggest icon of the third parties here.
Which is funny because he has his own issues too. Like there's the question, do we do Chief this early? Like is it, because I included him on my list. Because I mean the last game we included Sora, which was like crazy massive move and in a certain direction. So in many respects Chief feels like the next step, but historically is that too soon in the discussion in the friendship between Nintendo and Microsoft that's blooming at this point in 2012 now?
Here's what I want to check. I want to see where the Halo franchise is at this point in the timeline. Where are we? We are should be 2012 right now. Halo 4 would have just released a month ago. So Halo is still very much in the common mindset. Halo 4 was not one of the better ones, but it did come after a 2-year gap since Halo Reach, which was considered, I think, is still considered to be the best Halo game, period.
Mm-hmm. So for Halo specifically, it's kind of at this junction in the franchise's life where it feels the freshest it ever will be. Though in the specific relationship between Nintendo and Microsoft, that one could argue that perhaps it would blossom several years later.
Aza, what do you think?
Well, I know nothing about Bowser's. um, Frankly, I got nothing on this man.
What about Phoenix?
You have a bias towards Phoenix.
A bias in his favor or against?
Yes.
I'm going to take that as in his favor.
Yes.
Okay. Well, since we're needing to pick a second, third party, it kind of sounds like to me Phoenix is the pick, or at least where the leans are.
Right.
And that makes sense to me. I mean, Phoenix is well, he's one of the ones that I think is higher than of these remaining third parties. When Jonno said that he didn't really see much of an argument against him, I had to say something. I'm down Phoenix, but it's like when I hear there's no argument, it's like, yes, there is. We got to be real. There's an argument against Phoenix. But I say fuck it.
Yeah, we already have Ryu and Mega Man, so we're at that junction. Who would be the next Capcom character at this point?
Dante.
Could very feasibly be Chun-Li, but because of the system output that Ace Attorney's on a roll with DS at this point, it feels fine to put him in.
You said who's the biggest Capcom character at this point? I'm just like, none of us nominated him, but Dante. Where the fuck is Dante?
Oh yeah, that guy. I remember him.
Like I was thinking earlier, just like it feels weird that we haven't had Dante yet. That said, I don't know where Devil May Cry at with that in this. See, time is weird. So
Time is a weird soup.
Yes, thank you, Fern, for giving me that quote. I fucking love it. Ooh. Okay, so right now it's been a while since Devil May Cry 4, and Capcom is making the reboot right now. So let's not talk about Dante yet.
All right.
Oh boy. Yeah. All right, but hey, Phoenix, right? Cool. This is our second, third party. I am good with that.
Sure.
So we have half the roster figured out now. There are 10 spots left and a lot of characters to go through. The question of how to approach this next. I mean, we've got a few things that are in some groups. There's still the issue or the discussion point of Rosalina and Waluigi. If we're going to include both or one, there's Dixie Kong, who at this point is one of the highest profile Nintendo characters who I feel like hasn't gotten in yet and arguably should, but whether that's going to happen here is a question mark. There's the Zelda characters again. We've still got the Masks of Link with Deku, Goron, and Zora, as well as Skull Kid. Then there are other Nintendo franchises that have only had one character for discussion: King Hippo, Porky Minch, Mona. That's a possibility of a second Fire Emblem character with Corrin, a second Pokemon with Halucha. There's Zale and Aeron. There's Isabelle, Wii Fit Trainer, Duck Hunt, Balloon Fighter, the Mii. A lot of other newer Nintendo representatives there. And then the third parties that we just discussed.
Right.
Does anybody have any particular character or category that they feel like needs to be addressed next?
Can we talk about Mii's real quick? How we want them to work here?
Let's talk about Mii's. Jonno, you nominated the character. Shout us out.
Yeah, so first and foremost, if you select the Mii character on the character select screen, you will be able to choose any of the Miis that you created to fight as. Oh yeah. Anyway, I figure there could be one or two, maybe three routes to take. First being you go the Mii athlete route, focus in on
Wii Sports in particular, but maybe also some Wii Play, Wii Music. Make it a real callback to that era where Mii's were the most popular during the Wii generation. Or you invoke Brawler, Sword Fighter, and Gunner moves all into the Mii moveset and allow it to be customizable without taking up 3 slots. Third option, maybe a bit of both. Yeah.
Hold on, I need to look this up. Was Miitopia a thing by now, or was that later?
Ooh, that's a great question because Miitopia is fucking amazing. Love that game.
Miitopia.
It was later. It was
I want to record that eventually. Yeah, 2016, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But that's such a good game.
Mm-hmm.
Best
Gave it
game
40.
easily.
I do think for Smash, having like a customizable character,
Mm-hmm.
kind of to like sort of like fill in the gaps, basically.
Yeah. I feel like in a way, because the problem with discussing Mii's period is we know how Smash did it in reality with the Mii Brawler, the Mii Gunner, and the Mii Sword Fighter, and we only have a spot on here for one. And if we said we were going to have all 3 of the Gunner, Sword Fighter, and Brawler, that'd be 3 slots.
Right.
Right. But there is always the option of doing all 3 in one.
Right. It's just I'm trying to think of how to word this, but yeah, I mean they would absolutely work as a customized character. I would argue that over than just being like just purely pulling from Wii Sports Resort as an athlete as character. Especially considering Smash 4 is when we had custom moves. That's where for most characters it was just like, oh, here's a bigger fireball from Mario. Yay, you did it. The Mii's and Palutena were the only characters that had like actual unique moves that you can pick and choose between to customize these characters. And if we did the Mii, I feel like that's something to retain, and Smash Ultimate retained that, even though every other character had them removed, including Palutena. So I think we could make the argument for the Mii's as well to have the custom moves, but then it's a question of like, and granted, we don't have to make a real game here, so we don't have to like answer all these hard questions. But then it's a question of like, okay, how far mentally are we allowing the customizability? Are they going to be able to choose like effectively all the brawler moves, the sword fighter moves, the gunner moves, or are they just going to have like 3 moves for each special, just like this mix of whatever, and then whatever? Because part of me feels like just saying fuck it. They get a wide variety of customizing moves, unlike what Smash 4 did. And maybe they're the only character that gets these, and that's how you explain the development of it all. And maybe they can even customize a loadout for their non-special moves. Like, okay, pick a sword, or a gun, or your fist, and that's your weapon. And then you kind of technically have all 3 rolled into one, and it's cheating. But also, I'm kind of with the mindset of fuck it. Because, this is fantasy, and if we say no other characters get custom moves but the Mii's, then that allows you to kind of say like, fudge the numbers a bit. Who cares? Who's going to tell us no? Besides Ozza. Ozza might tell us no.
I'm not gonna tell you no. I like the idea.
Okay.
Yeah, it almost feels easier because with all the different parameters and questions to just, as you say fuck it, and fuck it being don't have the Mii's at all. Like we already skipped one generation where they were popular, but this is where they were canonically included in Smash with Smash 4.
Plus,
yeah.
You said that we skipped them over in the last generation. They existed for 2 months when we did Brawl's timeline. So,
True. Yeah,
popularity of a thing in the gaming world after 2 months.
True that, and on the Wii U and 3DS, they're still fairly. I do think I will make this point. I do think if we're going to include them, it will be now and not during the Switch, because the Switch put them on the back seat. It would be so strange.
Yeah.
Suddenly be like, oh hey, here are Mii's in the Switch generation. But now feels like the right time to do it if we were to do it.
Additionally, the great thing about Mii's, and we've mentioned this already, Mii costumes. It is such a great way for further promotion to be done both for characters, both for Nintendo characters that don't make the cut, that you want to throw a bone to, like say, who's somebody we knocked out? That's a Nintendo character. Did we not knock out any that are actual? Oh, In is a good example here. Give a Mii costume of In. Be like, okay, we thought about including In, but we didn't. So here's a costume so he can fight. There you go. Or it's like, all right, we need to sell some DLC. Let's get a costume of Stock in Monokuma and Yuri and Professor Layton, and now those fans will be like, I didn't get my character, but you gave me this. Here's $2.
Yeah. It's a great. Yeah, and looking at it from this decision, yes, it's fantasy, but we're still approaching it from like, oh, what if we were in Sakurai's shoes as developers here? All of those reasons are great reasons to include me at this point. I'm starting to think maybe that is a real possibility here.
I think so. I honestly wasn't initially planning on discussing them at this point. I was going to leave them to later because it's a character that could very easily be like a last minute get snuck in, or you debate, well, do you want the faceless me or do you want Waluigi? But if we're talking about him now,
yeah, I think they're so far into their own lane. Besides maybe Wii Fit Trainer, coming from the same era, peripheral related, that I would be comfortable saying, let's just do it. Okay. Let's just do it.
I like them.
Let's do it. The Miis are canon. Now let's stick them out of one. And 5.
There we go. Yes. So we have 9 slots left.
9 slots. All right.
Okay.
I'm gonna take this next one.
Okay.
Where's my retro rep? We need a retro rep.
Yeah.
I am a huge proponent of the retro reps, and I want us to have at least one. I want us to have 2, but we'll see if I'm allowed to have 2 later. I know I'm not going to be allowed to yet, but goddamn it, I want 1 at least.
Well, you've been sorry.
No, go on.
Oh, you've been fighting for Balloon Fighter for I think 3 games now.
Yes. Yeah, I was going to talk about Duck Hunt Dog first. Duck Hunt Dog, man, I love that little shit. I really do. I played Duck Hunt a bit back in the day. The dog was always an asshole, but when it came to like Smash 4 and like we had gotten Mr. Game Watch, we had gotten robbed also, and I was like, John, you know this. I would tell you that. Okay, our next retro character needs to be like Dog from Duck Hunt. Let me fight as the dog from Duck Hunt. That would be amazing. What happened? We got him, and I was happy. I loved it. It's like, fuck yes. I feel like of all the potential retro characters after Rob, after Game & Watch, Duck Hunt is like the biggest icon of the ones remaining. That said, I also really want Balloon Fighter. I nominated him for the N64 episode. I nominated him for the Melee episode. I took a break from the Brawl episode because there was too much. There wasn't room in that one, unfortunately. But he's back. I would love to possibly add both of these two by the time we are done here tonight. I don't know if I'll be allowed to, but goddamn, I am absolutely not cutting either one of them right now. I'm just gonna be a stiff asshole about that. But we need at least one of them. 100%.
Mm-hmm.
Duck Hunt calls back to the NES, the light gun, the frustrations, the internet movies about him years later. Balloon Fighter is 2 things, I think. 1, he's an Iwata character. 2, like we were kind of talking about with Principal Cosmos and Little Mac, he's very much can be a concept character. Little Mac is great on the ground, terrible in the air. Balloon Fighter, you make him the opposite. Amazing in the air, great control of the air, his individual jumps may not be great, but like how Jigglypuff can just like float through the air wherever the hell they want, Balloon Fighter can do that too. Where meanwhile on the ground, maybe he's one of the slower runners, and he's also going to be one of the much lighter characters considering he's got balloons that are already lifting him up in the air all the time.
True.
Well, I think the argument for Duck Hunt is that it's the more recognizable character, but Balloon Fight also has a really big footprint from that generation, so it's no slouch. And I think it was a launch title for the NES too.
I would not know without looking that up.
Yeah. Well, either which way, they're both in that retro lane and are recognizable enough to where I think Duck Hunt being slightly more popular or iconic, the line kind of blurs there. I don't feel like it really matters a whole lot.
Duck Hunt was a launch title. Balloon Fight was not.
Okay, there you go. We were surprised when Duck Hunt was included in Smash, pleasantly, but yeah.
Also, what you think about these?
I feel like I'm too young for this conversation. Honestly, I just have a bias towards Duck Hunt, but only because I just know more about Duck Hunt. I don't really know retro games very well. I was very late to the gaming scene.
Fair enough. I mean, even though I want both of them, I even said it myself. Duck Hunt is the biggest retro character after Robin, Mr. Game & Watch, in my opinion. And it makes sense for them to be the next one that gets added in. Even though I will still argue Balloon Fighter later as we get less and less roster space available to us. Duck Hunt makes the most sense to be the first to be added.
Okay, let's add him then. No argument here.
Put him in.
Evil dog. But
Toxic dog.
Very toxic dog. All right, so we knocked out 4 characters, and then we added 3. You know, we balanced things out for the most part.
Yeah.
Now what?
I have a suggestion.
I wonder if it's what I'm thinking. Go.
Is it a cut? Is your suggestion a cut?
No, but go on.
No. What were you gonna say? Let's tone it down a little bit.
I was gonna say Dixie Kong.
Dixie Kong? What about her?
One of the biggest Nintendo characters not on the roster yet.
True.
In this timeline and the real timeline.
And around this time, Returns would have come out already, right? Or would be heavily in development.
I feel like I did that research when I made my roster, but it's been a while since. Yeah, Snow Kong Returns was released in 2010, and I'm fairly sure she's playable in it. Or wait, is she? Is it just DK? It's just DK and Diddy.
Oh shit! It wasn't until Tropical Freeze then.
Right. So when was Tropical Freeze? Tropical Freeze was 2014. So when in 2014? February. Development would have been okay. It was announced in 2013's Nintendo Direct. So this game is absolutely in development, or at the very least, it's going to be in a month.
Oh, sweet.
But
well, in that case,
most likely this is already in development, so it makes sense. Yeah.
In that case, it validates her chances a little more because it's kind of the argument like, oh, was her last appearance in DKC 3?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's hard to. Do you think she kind of stands in her lane away from Waluigi, Rosalina, Mona at this point?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, looking at who we have left, who do we have left here? A lot of these characters stand in their own lane. Like, we're not going to have every third-party character.
No.
There's a few. There are several RPG characters left. I'm not going to have all of them. we got to figure out something with Zelda. But yeah, since she's in her own lane, I mean, I'm comfortable with it. I mean, thinking of the legacy of the character, it's kind of still like, why did it take so long to get her and K. Rool in actual Smash, or rather K. Rool in Smash, and her still waiting?
Yeah. So I think Dixie Kong hit several things. Legacy character, for one thing. Popularity. Female character, and it's always good to have more, because the video game industry is pretty criminal about that. And I'm also seeing on here that apparently development for Tropical Freeze pretty much started more or less immediately after Returns it finished. So, yeah. They knew she was going to be playable, right? Sakurai, whoever would know that Dixie Kong is making a comeback.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm fine with that. I mean, looking at what Nintendo's actually done in Smash 2, like particularly the Fire Emblem and promotional characters, this makes more sense than Roy or Corrin ever did. So, okay.
Yeah.
Put her in.
Put her in. All right. Now you were talking about a cut.
Yes.
Who do you think we should cut?
My thought at this point is that the diver is vastly outclassed and shouldn't really be taken as a serious possibility.
Have we even talked about the diver yet at all, like positive or negative? I don't remember.
Not really. Not really.
Who is this character?
It's quite literally, a random deep sea diver that's like an avatar you play as in Endless Ocean. That's it. They have no personality, no character. They're just a guy that goes diving, and Jonno is a crazy person. He made a moveset for the diver years ago, partially because he wanted to, but also partially to fuck with me, because don't even fucking claim that it wasn't. I won't believe you. And it's here because he didn't know who else to put this final slot on his roster. He's like, fuck it, the diver.
Yeah, that was basically it. That was the inspiration. And I mean, yeah, if you pull from the moveset, there's potential there. But I mean, as a character, how can you say that it stands up to just about anyone? There is the WTF factor. There's definitely that.
True.
And that the diver does have in spades compared to everything but maybe Tingle.
And Wii Fit Trainer.
And Wii Fit Trainer. Kind of lives in that world. And I don't know. I just don't see a route with, 7 characters left now, where this feels like a comfortable decision to say, yeah, let's do it. Because it is so off-kilter and so strange. And there is a character choice from a much more renowned and best-selling game with Wii Fit on the board here.
Which
with the WTF factor. At least Tingle and Wii Fit Trainer at least have the notoriety behind it.
True. And I don't think there has been a WTF character besides like maybe Ice Climbers, if you consider them that has been like completely 100% out of left field.
Mm-hmm.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think there has been.
Mm-hmm.
There might have been picks that seemed weird in the moment, like Wii Fit Trainer, but then you think about it, it's like, actually, you know what? I get it. I see the logic with Wii Fit Trainer.
Right. Mm-hmm. Piranha Plant.
But Piranha Plant does have legacy, and everybody that knows Mario knows what Piranha Plant is.
And they sing.
They sing. Actually, no, they sang back then too, because they sang in the Mario RPG Japanese commercial. That's
true.
People acting like, oh man, Piranha Plants can sing. It's like, yeah, they always could. This is not new information, people. Go get some culture and play the Super Mario RPG remake.
Yeah. So Diver and Big Bobby the Penguin, along with them, so long into the deep blue sea.
Farewell.
Check out the Smash Calpia submission.
Yes.
You don't have to check it out. But you
No,
can.
please do. They have a pulsar gun and a jet ski. Now what?
Now, God, now we have 7 slots left. And
Yep.
all of these characters. Well, all three would just pick something that we wanted to talk about. I guess I picked 2 things to talk about. Also, what do you want to talk about next? I'm making you choose. Pick a character, pick a category.
Rosalina.
Rosalina! Okay. So here's the thing with the Mario characters. We might as well bundle them together here. Waluigi is a meme. He is. We want him legitimately, at least some of us do. But he is also a meme. There is no denying this. He is 100% a side game character. His biggest contribution to anything plot-wise was being the guy that stole the magical keys in the DDR game, which, take from that what you will. But he's also would be an extremely wacky choice that they could kind of do just some weird shit with. Like, yeah, you can pull out. He's associated with bob-ombs and piranha plants, and you can bring out his tennis racket or Mario Party dice. But honestly, they could do borderline whatever they wanted with him. Rosalina, they got very creative with her in Smash, honestly, because she doesn't really do anything in Galaxy. And so they just basically gave her a space adjacent move. So it's like, okay, cool. So you can do gravity stuff. Okay. And then here you can have a Luma shoot out star bits from its mouth hole. Sure. Why not? But when you look at the games between these 2 characters, Waluigi is only spin-offs. But, and I checked this with Rosalina, Rosalina has been in barely anything at this point in the timeline. Mario Galaxy, obviously. But Mario Galaxy 2, I can't remember what that was. I had the notes previously, but then I closed them, so I'm having to get them back now. But I don't believe Galaxy 2 is out yet. Oh wait, no, I'm sorry, I lied. It is, but she has a much smaller role in that game. Her next mainline playable appearance, Mario 3D World, isn't out yet. So, and even then, she was a secret character in that game. That game wouldn't be releasing until a year from now in our timeline. And then beyond that, she's in Mario Kart Wii, in Mario Kart 7, and maybe a couple of their spin-off games, which puts her, as at least as far as spin-offs are concerned, on a much lower pedestal than Waluigi. That said, at least she's been in mainline games.
And I will say, not just any mainline game, but Mario Galaxy, which I think, why did she make it in 4? Perhaps because we can't discount the legacy that Mario Galaxy left.
Incredibly popular.
Mm-hmm.
Very good game.
And I love Mario Sunshine. It's one of the ones I grew up with, but Galaxy, like, head and shoulders above Sunshine, not just because it's on a more popular system, but the renovated controls, the graphics, the first orchestral score in a Nintendo game, all of that coming together, the fixed camera, it was the best 3D Mario game and one of the best selling, and in a lot of people's opinion, one of the best at this point. So yeah, there's that to consider, but Waluigi also absolutely has his own merit. We're gonna argue for him until he makes it in. I think that's like if he's not here, it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen in the next one probably, but
One day.
yeah, one day. But I mean, it's interesting, this exercise as someone who legit has wanted Waluigi since Brawl, if not even sooner with my child mind. It's interesting to sit in this hot seat and think about it critically, and kind of be like, oh, okay, this is why he hasn't been in yet.
Yeah. I mean, like, I understand why he isn't in Real Smash. And also, like, at least from like what we've seen from Sakurai, it sounds like until the reaction to him not being included in Ultimate, he legitimately did not think people seriously wanted Waluigi, and that it was just internet memes. And looking at the internet, yeah, I understand that. I see where you could get that opinion. You're wrong, but I could see where you could see that. But we're in a different timeline here. We see things that he doesn't. We don't see things that he does. But with these characters, honestly, I wasn't sure about this when we started things out with this episode, but I am now leaning towards Waluigi before Rosalina. Maybe we also get both. I don't know. But I'm leaning Waluigi first. And part of that reason, a large part of that reason is bias. Let's just be fucking honest. But I also think back to my reaction when Rosalina got revealed for Smash 4. And my reaction was basically, what the fuck? That's our Mario rep? There are so many other characters that I thought should have gotten in before Rosalina, Waluigi included. And I was not happy about it. I mean, she's fine, but I was like, there's so many better picks. And then leaks came out, and they said Bowser Jr. was also going to come in. I was like, okay, she's not the only Mario character. I don't care anymore. She can be here. At least we got Bowser Jr. 2. Like, her alone is like, what? But her with another one's like, all right, that's fine.
Sure, and that's, from our specific gamer scope. I mean, there's absolutely the reason she was included, and perhaps Nintendo had, the foresight to nudge Sakurai, like, oh, we're gonna put Rosalina and this and that and this and that, and she's Space Elsa and really popular with this demographic or whatever.
Space
But before I say anything about like my lean or my bias or whatever, Azza, what do you think about what Zantok's saying?
My head says Rosalina, but my heart says Waluigi.
I mean, I think kind of same here. And I'm fine with that. I mean, Waluigi was going to happen eventually. Like, may as well be now, I say. Even with Tingle there, I mean, why not make it be the game where two weirdos happen at the same time? Throw in a me of myself, and you got three.
I didn't think about it, but Tingle is actually a good argument against Waluigi. Look at all the weirdos we've already picked. Tingle, Duck Hunt Dog, Phoenix Wright, Marshall, Bandana, I guess you could argue is a serious pick at this point in the timeline. But wow, we actually have several weirdos that we've already put through on this one. Oh my god.
Even Ranger is like it's not weirdo, but it's a little, it's a little off filter.
It's out there considering Pokemon in a vacuum. And it's not at all what you expect.
Right.
But beyond that, Ranger is. I don't know if Ranger or Mystery Dungeon is the more popular Pokemon spinoff, but either or both of those spinoffs are popular.
Mm-hmm. This is a difficult thing because I kind of agree with Azza. I think, the critically and so forth, there was a reason Rosalina was included, and it feels almost natural to include her now, even as the first choice of the two. But Waluigi is just sitting there seductively.
I don't think that's what he's doing.
He's just waiting his turn.
Yeah, so I mean... And the moveset would beget itself, focus heavily on the spin-offs, of course, so there's so much to do. He would be so cool, and I'm going to be really upset if he's not in the next Smash, because I don't think it'll ever happen if it doesn't.
I mean, if the next Smash really is a paring down of things, and we get a soft reboot, and Waluigi's not there, then he's never going to happen. If we cut half the ultimate roster, and he's not added in, then he's dead. He's dead.
Unfortunate. But then again, maybe it won't be unfortunate depending on how Kevin Afghani voices him. Anyway.
Assuming he voices him.
He is doing Wario. And Wario sounds a little weird.
Is he also
Mario
doing
and
Luigi?
Mm-hmm. Mario and Luigi are great. They're fine. They're good.
No, I asked if he's also doing Luigi.
Yes.
Okay. Then he's probably doing Waluigi then. But
yeah. Anyway, what do we do about this debacle? Do we say on 3 who our vote is or something?
Smash or dash style.
Okay.
Ozza, putting you on the spot. Rosalina or Waluigi right now.
Waluigi.
Jonno, Rosalina or Waluigi right now.
Rosalina.
I'm picking Waluigi.
There you go. There you go. You put the bastard in. I wonder if that Waluigi foot game on Flash is going to get a reference in the taunts.
What?
Don't. Please do not. Please do not. Just let it. Just let it.
Okay. I will say it's called Waluigi's Foot Fault, and you can look it up.
I hate that this is becoming.
Don't like that.
I would be troubled if you did. Like I would unsubscribe.
Man.
I wish I remembered if I played it as a kid.
Moving on. 6 characters left.
6 characters left in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Oh, God, there's so many left.
Yeah, this is hard. Fuck. I think we need to do like a swath of cuts.
Mm-hmm. I'll give you another one from mine. I feel that with Waluigi and maybe it's not Mona's time.
Especially since we also have Dixie Kong as well.
And Marshall.
Yeah.
So flank them all in.
That makes sense to me. Ozzy?
Mm-hmm.
Well, from my list.
Oh no, I meant like, do you agree about Mona?
Oh. Yeah. Let's go with that.
Yeah, if we're gonna go for another Mario like adjacent, it's gonna be Rosalina. It's not gonna be Zelda. Could be eventually. Like WarioWare is a big enough commodity, but not now.
Yeah.
One day.
And I feel like right now in the timeline, WarioWare is kind of in a weird spot. It was on a strong streak, and then after Smooth Moves, it kind of just dropped.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we got Game and Wario on the Wii U. Woohoo!
Ooh. And then WarioWare DIY, which like 2 people played, because it was only on the Nintendo DSi.
Mm-hmm.
What?
It sounded like a good idea, but then it was not.
Yeah. From my side of things, I think we can cut Dark Samus.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, I don't think we necessarily need another Metroid character. And like of all of my picks, where it's like this, they're basically here to like add another character to the franchise. Dark Samus, Porky, King Hippo, arguably Corrin and Halucha as well. Like of all of them, I would argue for Dark Samus the least. Like they're the one I would be the least interested in adding of any of those.
Okay, then let's do it. I mean, I agree. It's not a need. Like it's a high profile character, but not a need.
Yeah.
Yep. Egon Evil Goo.
Okay.
Okay. So, what next?
From my list, I think Isabelle gotta go.
Interesting. Isabelle is probably by far the most popular character from your list remaining, but I kind of agree that she's a weaker choice because she's so normal compared to the rest of the choices.
Yeah. And Isabelle has a lot of popularity. However, realistically,
what are you gonna do with her?
Exactly. Like the Animal Crossing characters, yes, if you wanted to push it, we could make several Animal Crossing characters that play a bit differently from each other. But I also don't feel like we need to have a second one at this point. We added Tom Nook in the last one. And I think Animal could get a second character, and if they do, it would most likely be Isabelle. I don't think we need them yet.
Yeah.
I agree. Isabella or Anka?
Isabel or who?
Anka, the Sphinx.
Oh, Oh, Anka. Anka doesn't exist yet.
Oh well, yeah.
Anka first appeared in New Horizons.
One day, one day.
I mean, that's not who I don't think I would pick a generic villager ever. It would only be the characters. It'd be Isabel or Rossetti or Tortimer.
Yeah, she has her own unique theme song, but yeah.
Okay. All right. So now that we have 6 left, we have potentially 3 of those slots could go to third parties. So that's another thing to think about right now. So we theoretically we might only have 3 more Nintendo slots. Theoretically,
So we need to talk about the links.
we need to talk about the links.
I really like the idea of having a. I really like the idea of having a what's it? Freaking representatives of the different races, but also Skull Kid is a good choice.
It kind of just depends on where you want to go, because
Yeah.
all I would say all of the choices, we fit Trin and Rosalina or high profile, whatever, but all of the choices are kind of on the same playing field now. So it's either you go for the gusto with the 3 links, and that's your potential Nintendo loadout here, or you discuss Balloon Fighter and Porky and Corin and the other ones as potential others instead.
Like, what 3 would we like to have other than the links, possibly?
Right.
I mean, Balloon Fighter.
Right.
I like you asked me that question. I'll give you a feckin' answer, and my answer is Balloon Fighter and Porky Minch, and then I don't know after that, but those 2 are my 3.
I'm glad that Zelda isn't, starving for space on our roster.
Yeah.
Since we have Midna and Tetra and several others that haven't made it in, but at the same time, Zelda's a big series. There's the warrant for the links if we went that direction, or there's the warrant for Skull Kid's inclusion. So Zelda's still on the table. It's just what do we do?
So like I just pulled it up right now, and not counting Tingle yet, we have 6 characters from the Zelda franchise already represented. They putting them on par with the Mario series and Pokemon as well. All 3 of those franchises have 6 characters pre this roster, and what we've added so far: 1 Mario character, 1 Zelda character, and 2 Pokemon characters right now. So right now with Tingle, Zelda's at 7.
So Zelda's at 7, Mario's at 7,
And Pokemon is at 8.
Okay.
I don't want to. I don't want to overkill on Zelda.
Yeah, I don't want to overkill on Zelda either. Honestly, I think Skull Kid can still be on the table, but I don't think Masks Link is going to make it. There's just it's like in the last episode we did where I nominated Trico, Marshtomp, and Blaziken. We liked the idea. Brawl gave it to us, the idea of a Pokemon trainer or a triple character that you swap between. It's such a cool idea, and there are some characters like Pokemon trainer and Maskins that are just this perfect for this kind of concept. It's also really hard to argue those spots when we have so many other great choices. If it was something like Metroid, where there's really not very many character options on legitimately to choose from for Metroid, then I would be more willing to be like, let's spin those slots. But Zelda has such a wide variety of characters that Sakurai refuses to give us. But we don't necessarily need the Masks Link to fill those slots when we have Tingle and Skull Kid and Daruk and Mifa and Rivali and I can't think of her name, the Gerudo. Fuck. I forgot her name. Urbosa, from Breath of the Wild, which doesn't exist yet. But then there's also still Darunia and Ruto. There will eventually be Rabio if he's out by now. Zant, Girahim, I don't care for them, but some people do. So many Zelda choices. I don't think we need to spend 3 slots on these 3.
Yeah. Kill my darlings.
And while we're killing off darlings, I'm also going to nominate killing off Halucha. Just with, well, it's a pick I love from Gen 6. I don't think it's needed. We've got 2 Pokemon reps already in with Zoroark and Pokemon Ranger, and Gen 6 isn't actually out yet, so there's that argument. I feel like it's easier to do a pre-game promotion of a starter, whereas Halucha is just another Pokemon in the game. While I do love it, I think a Gen 6 Pokemon can be revisited when we get to the next episode. We don't need to do it now. We've already added in 2 new Pokemon.
Agreed, because now that they're at 8 as well.
Yeah. And also, we need to make cuts. We need to make cuts.
Yeah. Yep, we do.
Yep.
Gosh, where do we go next? Let's see. I see a couple possible options.
Okay.
What was that?
I was just looking at numbers right now. There are 10 Nintendo characters still up for debate. We're getting at least 3 of them. Might only be 3. Who knows? And there are 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 third-party characters left. At most, we'll be getting 3 of those.
Right. Kind of bunching it off into sections here. There's a couple of outliers. There's Porky and King Hippo and Balloon Fighter and Wii Fit Trainer. Those are all ones that I find hard to kind of categorize. But then you have your RPG characters. You have Oliver and Adal and Zale and Aaron. Then you have the return to that discussion over whether we need Chun-Li or Alucard or want them more than other characters. There's the Chief argument. So there's a lot. There's still a lot.
And then the argument of are the questions of a second Mario character or a second Fire Emblem character. These are all the questions. Here's how I'm going to approach this. I'm going to ask some questions, and I just want to hear if you have more to say it than yes or no. Say it. But we need to hear at least a minimum yes or no.
Great.
We have Waluigi. Do we think there is room for a second Mario character with Rosalina? Yes or no?
How many characters do we have for Mario at this point?
Waluigi is number 7.
Okay, then yes, but soft yes.
Awesome.
Very soft, yes. Yes.
Very soft, yes. I would agree with that, with it being very soft. Skull Kid, similar question. We already have Tingle. Is there room for Skull Kid to be our second Zelda character in this roster and 8th overall?
Again, yes, but soft yes.
Ozza?
It's a soft yes.
Agreed.
There's the argument that Majora's Mask just is not as relevant as it will be later on, unfortunately.
Right. I was trying to think to myself, like, if I was picking between these 2 specifically, like if it was the last slot and I had to pick between them, I think I know what I would do, but I don't necessarily feel like you need to have either one of them. Maybe, but
yeah. I'll outright say between the 2 of them, I'd 1,000% pick Skull Kid. I'd be like, screw it. But neither of them are needs.
Okay. King Hippo. Is there room to add a second Punch-Out rep amongst all of these options? Yes or no?
The mind says no, but the heart says yes. He has a manhole that he sticks in his belly button as a shield.
What?
Oh yeah, oh yeah. When you're doing the refights and Punch Out on the Wii, each character tries to like cover up for their weaknesses in some way. And King Hippo's weak point is his belly button, so he literally tapes a giant manhole cover to his belly to protect his weak point. But you know, it's just tape, so it falls off
Okay,
eventually.
it's not as bad as I thought it was going to be. Okay.
What?
Now I'm
I'll ask
curious.
this before we move on. What was the inspiration behind King Hippo? Like besides Punch Out on the Wii making him relevant again.
I wanted to throw attention to some older series that we gave a character to very early on between the NES and the SNES episodes that we never really gave a second pass at, and it felt weird to like not even consider it ever. And of the Punch Out characters, the only ones that feel like logical options are either King Hippo or Doc Lewis, and King Hippo edged out with the logic there. Villain character, bigger character, uh, heavy Little Mac. Uh, he felt like the choice to pick up through for a Punch Out character. Similarly, came up with Porky for the same reason. We only have Ness from Earthbound at this point, and considering Earthbound has, well, there are more Punch Out games than there are Earthbound games. Earthbound has more popularity and more legacy, more fans. And of the potential characters, it was basically either going to be Lucas, Porky, Pooh, or the Masked Man. And Porky felt like he would contribute the most to the roster. Villain, unique character model, and vastly different moveset compared to just using PSI.
Porky and King Hippo, like to me personally, would both be like amazing throwback picks with unique possibilities for the moveset.
Yeah.
But beforehand, I mean, to answer your question, I'm so ambivalent on it because my brain kind of says we don't have room for another Punch Out character, but the idea is cool, and I'm like, maybe.
Ozzy?
Yeah. Hmm.
Listen to your heart.
I think rep for like a series that you haven't really touched in a while in terms of or I think it's a good idea, but I'm not sure if this is
If there's
the
room
right time
for
or
it.
character for it.
Fair
Yeah.
enough.
That's
I'm similar. Like I think it could be a good inclusion, but at this point, we're running very low on available characters, and he just might not be someone that makes the cut. Even though there is an argument for why to do it, and plus, if I gotta be honest, if I can only argue for King Hippo or Porky, which I don't know if I'm gonna get the chance to even argue for either of them, but if I could only argue for one, I want to argue for Porky.
Yeah.
Which, speaking
Fair.
of, Porky. Yes or no? Second Earthbound character.
Potentially yes, only because he's so unique.
Awesome.
I'm biased. Yes.
Okay. Jonno, for clarity's sake, is potentially yes higher or lower than soft yes or very soft yes? Because we're on a very not 1 out of 10 scale here, so I'm trying to figure out what's compared to what.
Okay. Yes, I would say middle of the road. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
What is that? Igneous. Yes. Anyway.
Okay, all right. Corrin, second Fire Emblem character. Fire Emblem Fates, has it released in Japan? It has not released in the States as of yet. But has it released in Japan yet?
I think so.
No, it doesn't
No,
release
really?
until 2015. But
Oh,
we also know that this is when, but it's allowed because they made it a Smash 4 itself. And by the time Corrin was added to Smash 4, they had released in Japan. Because we're making the project plan essentially, so this Smash game wouldn't release until like 2014. We're just picking the characters now. And hypothetically, like some of these would be DLC. We're just not talking about who they would be because fuck that shit. That's a complicated conversation. I'm not going there. But that's basically the question with Corrin. They would be a promotionary pick. Do we feel like we need to do that and add them in when we have Robin? Yes or no?
Ozzy, what say you?
It's kind of sucked.
Woo! Love it. I mean, you're not wrong. Love it though. Was it in this episode when we were discussing the story? No, it wasn't here. I don't remember. Jonno, when were we talking about the story of Fate versus the story of Engage?
That was just you and I off episode stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, the question was, what's better? Fire Emblem Fates is, God, I don't remember how you put it. You put it somewhere where Engage's story was more generic, but Fates was weird. Like, what's the worst story? It's like, man, I don't fucking know. At least Fates tried something.
At least Fates tried something. At least Engage did not offend me.
At least Engage didn't give us two of the same character as the final boss.
Is hate another form of love?
No. I mean, if you ask some people what type of hate and what type of love, yes, they would say absolutely yes. I say no.
I'll say that I've been given whiplash from intelligent systems over Fire Emblem over the years. Like,
To be
Awakening,
fair,
you know,
they didn't make the story of Three Houses. Bandai Namco did.
true. Awakening wasn't highbrow storytelling, but it was certainly better than Fates and more consistent. There's a reason why it revitalized the franchise. Then we got Fate. It's like,
At least Awakening didn't age up your children to be like, oh yeah, we're just magically aging them up. It's like, this feels super weird. At least them coming from the future, like they got to. It felt less strange. I still don't like that you can romance the baby units. It's that will always be weird to me. It's like, I'm sorry, Robin Lucina shippers. I just cannot wrap my head around the fact that your character is dating the baby of your best friends. Like, no, that's a little too ick for me. Sorry.
And then baby Lucina and adult Lucina would be existing at the same time.
Yeah.
But it is better than shoving your characters into a room like, oh, this realm makes your children age up so they can fight with you in Fates. It's like, what?
Yeah.
What? Yeah. But anyway, to answer the question, and this was going to be my answer before Aza's revolutionary response. No. No. God, no.
I mean,
way.
I might bring up Corrin again in the next one, just because, like, okay, at that point, you know, this Three Houses is in development. There's two other Fire Emblem games that are more recent, that one and the Echoes remake. But I don't think we necessarily need to do Corrin here.
Yeah. I agree. I mean, Corrin's benefit in Smash. I mean, they're one of the most hated characters from the Smash community because of when they were included, how they were included. But I mean, honest to goodness, they're one of the best movesets of the Fire Emblem characters by far.
True.
One of the more interesting ones. So at least they have that going for it.
I actually liked playing as Corrin a lot. When we've done our Smash matches with our little community, Corrin is one of the ones that I've enjoyed playing the most.
It's true. They're a good character. It's been too long since we've done that too. Probably over a year.
Probably.
Yeah, and then you pose the question, like, will we do Fire Emblem or Mario or potentially none? I think out of those three potential options, doing Fire Emblem only is the weakest.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
All right. I've been gathering some thoughts of being going to do this, but I'll wait till we finish the rest of the Nintendo characters before I do my little analysis. So Wii Fit Trainer is the next one to cover then. Do we want to add in the Wii Fit Trainer? I think that there is... We've already got some characters that are on the wacky side of the scale, and more besides Wii Fit Trainer that are up for nomination. But fact, Wii Fit sold big numbers, and was a huge part of the Wii and Wii U that just hit a different market in general. So how we feel, yes or no, do we want to keep considering Leaf the Trainer?
Yes.
Asa?
Very airy, yes.
Very, very yes. Okay. Interesting.
Very airy,
Oh,
like
very.
lessons off.
Oh, okay. I heard that
Yeah,
wrong. Okay, so we
The
have a
villain from Bravely Default.
we
Yes.
have a very. Oh, let's not talk about them. Also, spoilers. That was a very quick, solid yes, and then a very airy yes. Opposite skids of that spectrum. Aaron. Aaron,
What about Vampire?
Jonno, you need to tell me. You have to take point with Aaron and Zale.
Okay. Aaron, I mean, at this point, I mean, not fast tracking them, but just keeping them in consideration. Yeah, yes. So we talked about Project Rainfall earlier with Shulk. Looking back, it's kind of amazing that ever actually succeeded with Nintendo, who at that point was even more staunchly like anti-consumer. Like, we're just gonna do what we want and not listen to the fans and still make money. It's fine. But this kind of was their time when they started becoming more apt to listen to their fans and so on and do what they could. So they ultimately brought us all three of these games: Xenoblade, Pandora's Tower, and The Last Story. Pandora's Tower is arguably the lowest profile out of all the games. It was the last one to release. One of the very last Wii games to release, period. But it was a cool swan song. It's kind of original God of War style gameplay. Aaron is going through Pandora's Tower, which is like a 13-level labyrinth, to obtain monster hearts for his girlfriend to eat so she also does not become a monster. Anyway, RPGs are fun. Yeah, so there are a variety of different. He would be like a weapons master, which we don't necessarily have in Smash yet, even proper. Besides Byleth, woohoo! That's a whole other conversation. Yeah, he has his general like chain whip weapon similar to the vampire whip, but more pointed. He has the Athosian long blade. Binding chains, kind of like Kratos's Blades of Chaos, military scythe. He could be capable of summoning some of those masters of the tower, the towering monsters for a final smash, which would be cool. Oh, and he has twin blades too, I guess, kind of like a fencing unit. So there's a lot of interesting gameplay potential there between like a weapon swap character. So I think he has merit in those regards, and he's unique in those regards.
Okay, so it's safe to say that you are a hard yes with Aaron. As for me, it's hard for me to really judge either of them or Zale because I just don't know them very well outside of the things that you have told me previously and the movesets that you have made for them on the Smashtopia wiki. But having a weapons master and a weapon swapping character, I mean, I like the sound of that, and that could be a way to kind of soften the blow of not having a big triple character swapping character like Masks Link or the Pokemon Trainer. Is that technically multiple movesets, and should that count as multiple character slots? Maybe. Is it the same character though? So fuck it. Yeah, fuck it. But I'm a mixed opinion. I just don't have real attachment. I like the general idea of what you said about them. Is cool, but when I compare my knowledge with the knowledge of other characters, it's hard to say. So I'm a mixed.
Right, and to be fair, the game again, it's fairly low profile, even though it's a part of Project Rainfall. That's like its biggest claim to fame. Whereas Last Story was developed by Sakaguchi and was his last game at the time, and Xenoblade is Xenoblade.
Yeah.
But yeah, he has a lot going from him from that department, and he was developed entirely in house and so on and so forth. Whereas Xenoblade was developed by Monolith, and Mistwalker developed Last Story.
Ozzy,
Anyway.
what say you?
I like the concept.
Same.
However, there's not really much else I could say about that.
Yeah, we're kind of in the same position here. I imagine we'll be in
Yeah.
the same position with Zale, more or less.
Yeah, more or less.
Which, speaking of, Jonno?
Spe- Speaking of, I'm trying to think if there's anything more to kind of say about Aaron at this point. Being a wholly Nintendo character, I think there's maybe a little more of a fight to say like, oh, this is Nintendo's darling. You can put him in, and they'll make another Pandora's Tower in this universe if you do. Zale, again, yeah, he was part of the last story. Yes, Hironobu Sakaguchi was cute, and he named Final Fantasy like 30 years before releasing the last story, following the same name trend. The last story is a really interesting game, in the way that the battle system plays out, in this third person setting. You know, kind of like how stock, coming from it's a unique battle system. Zale, he has less to him than Aaron does in terms of like weaponry. He does have some anima magic that he can use, as well as a crossbow. You're actively using a crossbow as your like long range weapon as Zale throughout the game. And there's different types of bolts that he can use. The standard arrows, paralysis bolts, firework bolts, and so on. There's a gale rush where he's dashing forward and can slash out wind magic. He can run up a wall and slash upwards as an up special. Summon magic circles to represent fire, ice, or forest magic. And stand in the middle of them to buff himself, or if an opponent falls into them, have them be captured in that magic and damage them. He has an ancient barrier, an accelerate, and different buffs. He has a very special thing called gathering that inherently he makes himself the center of attention and has enemies focus on him, as well as he could potentially draw items out in that sense. Bada bing, bada boom, I guess. Oh, and he has a lance. He has a sword and a lance.
Okay. So like it sounds like Aaron would be more like these two. You kind of have to compare them. Really, it's kind of hard not to. Aaron is going to be like a more typical. Here's a bunch of different weapons. Choose between them. Zale has a couple different weapons, but he also has a bigger focus on some more magical techniques to him. Beyond that, the brief bit that I've looked up on the two in their games, it looks like the Life Story was received a lot better than Pandora's Tower was. Pandora's Tower didn't sell it very well, and it sounds like it might have just been from its later release, and if it had released just a bit sooner, it might have performed better. But numbers as they are with what we know, Last Story performed better, both sale-wise and it seems like critically. But it kind of depends, like if you were to include one of these for sure, it kind of depends like what style more you're wanting. Or do you want to go with a weapon swapping, weapon master kind of character, or somebody that's going to be playing around with some more magical techniques? As far as the yes or no question is concerned, we already know you're a solid yes. We don't need to ask that question. For me, he's mixed, just like Aaron, because again, I don't have any more knowledge than what I've been able to learn from you over the years, and it's hard to judge. At some point, I would like to, probably wouldn't be able to play these games because they are locked to the Wii, but try to look up Let's Plays of them and learn more about them. But at this point, I just don't have that knowledge. But I do think that they could both be still in the conversation.
Right.
Yeah.
But I understand. I do think Zale might be more like focused as a character, if that makes sense.
No, I see what you mean.
Yeah.
He has like specific techniques that you can kind of pull from versus, hey, sometimes I have a sword, sometimes I have a scythe, sometimes I have a dual blade, and I just make it up as I go along, so we need different weapons. Whereas Zale's just like, all right, so I got this sword, and I got a crossbow, and I got like specific slash for going up a wall, apparently, which sounds cool, honestly. And also, I can basically have a taunt effect to make things come at me, bro.
Yeah. But still, I don't know enough about either of these characters to really say much.
Right.
Honestly, it's hard to decide.
And then the last Nintendo character to ask this question for is the Balloon Fighter. Retro character, much like Duck Hunt Dog, so part of the question could be, do we need a second retro character for this game? Um, an aerial option compared to Little Mac. Very much lives in the sky. I have a whole moveset made for him on the Smashopia Wiki that basically describes how he could have a resource mechanic similar to Olimar, but where he has balloons instead of Pikmin, and he uses up some of the balloons for his attacks. And depending on how many balloons he has, can affect his aerial control in the air. And also just like, again, the whole retro aspect. Obviously, I'm a solid yes. Jonno.
Yes. Looking at the mix here, no hard ends yet, but yeah, he deserves to be a part of the conversation still. I can kind of pinpoint a few who, when we're done with this analysis, say like, oh, this is who should be cut, and I don't think he's one of them at this stage.
Ozza?
I don't want to say no to piss off Zantok.
You can say no. If you're not feeling it, then say no.
Yeah.
I am feeling it.
Are you really feeling it?
This is not that character.
You're right, it's not.
Well, and no and a yes still makes a maybe, so I mean...
Well, no, I don't think that was a no. That sounded like a yes, unless I missed it.
Yeah, that was a yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Alright, so now we've heard our analysis on all these characters. Here's what I have heard. Rosalina is a soft yes all around. So is Skull Kid. King Hippo is a no. So I say King Hippo gets cut. Porky Mitch sounded like a solid yes all around. Corin was a no all around, so I vote Corin gets cut. We Fit Trainer had 2 yeses and a very airy yes. Zale and Aaron had a solid yes and 2 mixed responses. And then the Balloon Fighter had yeses as well. So what it sounds like to me looking at all this, King Hippo and Corn are out completely. It sounds like, though, Porky and Balloon Fighter are both very much potentially in, and that it would be between We Fit Trainer, Rosalina, Skull Kid, Zale, and Aaron for the 3rd guaranteed Nintendo slot. There could still be more guaranteed Nintendo slots, but potentially the final Nintendo slot. Is that what you two got from all of that? Or did you get something else from that discussion?
No, that tracks.
Yep.
Okay. So then Balloon Fighter and Porky are in. King Hippo and Corn are out. And do we want to pick that final Nintendo slot next? Or do we want to analyze the remaining third parties and see if we might decide to have less than the full set of 5 third parties? I'm not saying do it, but there is always that theoretical option.
There is. I feel it may be easier to choose a so-called final Nintendo character now, and if we go back to the third parties and then decide, like, maybe another Nintendo option's better, then we can reopen that discussion.
Yeah.
All right. Then I say let's do what we just did for the third that we did for Nintendo, but for the third parties, and do our yes or no and see what results out of that. So, first one to discuss, Chun-Li.
Soft, yes.
Ozza?
I want to say hell yes.
Nice.
Interesting. I'm a very airy soft yes.
I get why.
Yeah.
Considering the legacy of the character, though, I get a hell yes, and I would actually love to play as her in Smash too.
Yeah, like if I'm asked to pick another, if I was told if I have to pick another Street Fighter rep, it's pretty much going to be between her or M. Bison or I think Street Fighter 4 would be the newest Street Fighter at this point, and I don't think I'd pick any of them to be like the second. So yeah, it'd be her or M. Bison.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
amongst these other options where I'm not being forced to pick a second Street Fighter, I don't know that I'd pick her over the other ones.
Hmm.
Similarly, Alucard.
Soft yes.
Soft yes.
Same response. I'm going to say like the very airy soft yes, even though he's on my list. The same reasons of why I may not want to go for Chun-Li or why I may not want to go for Alucard. But also, if I have to pick a second character from Castlevania, he is the pick.
Hmm.
Who would be next here? Adol Kristen.
Middle yes.
Is that more or less than soft?
We previously determined middle would be above soft.
All right. Soft yes.
I'm somewhere in between soft and middle. Maybe call that semi-soft.
Soft boiled.
This is getting weird. Soft boiled? Sure. Soft boiled, yes.
That's better than where my mind was going.
Jesus, this scale is bonkers, and I don't mean the monkey.
Let's bring him in for this. Like
Let's-
bonkers, yes or no? Oh.
No.
That was easy.
No. Ezio Auditore.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm a definite yes with Ezio. I'm checking right now where Assassin's Creed was at. Okay, Assassin's Creed 3 is out now, but 2 is pretty much... I mean, 3 literally just released in October. But 2 is like what people go back to talk about the most. And I believe, yeah, it's the only one that it had 3 games in its series. And I believe all 3 would be out right now. What the hell was his second game called?
Wasn't it Brotherhood?
Man, I don't... Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
The wiki page is divided weird. It has Assassin's Creed 2 and Brotherhood in the mainline section, but then Assassin's Creed 2 Discovery, which from its name... Oh, no, I guess Revelations was his third game.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, all 3 of them are out, which I think is a big point to him. And as Way Out Trail was before, nobody gives a shit about Altair. Ezio is more or less the real character that originated the franchise.
Right. And at this point, Assassin's Creed 3 would be on the Wii U at this point, and Connor is not as received as Ezio.
Which is a shame, because axes are cool.
Yeah, I like him. He's just not, bombastic.
Yeah. I can't remember. Did you respond to Ezio?
She did. Or they did.
Yes.
Okay, cool. Then I believe that was all yeses from us then.
Yeah.
Okay. Principal Cosmos.
Soft yes.
Teeny tiny yes.
Teeny tiny... What are you doing? Is teeny tiny higher or above very airy?
Under.
Under. Wow, I'm surprised. I thought you would have been higher up than that. I'm not hard to say yes. Let's just make this even more fucky. I like kind of what we discussed with the Principal Cosmos earlier. I just remain unconvinced if there is enough to truly go with. Master Chief.
Soft yes, and it's only because, I mean, it's Master Chief. It's obvious, like crazy pedigree. And even though he's on my list, I'm cut myself into this corner where I'm like, okay, someone needs to convince me this is the right time for it.
Yeah. I am also soft yes. Yes.
Fair. I was in between soft yes and a yes. like Master Chief is such a huge character. Halo is a huge franchise. It's a series that revolutionized the FPS genre, but Microsoft is the big question. Like you brought him up partly because we added in Sora, and it's like, what is the next big break the internet moment?
Mhm.
In you know what? At a certain point, if you keep going higher and higher, eventually you have no place else to go. So I personally don't think we
Hit a
need to just be
ceiling,
like
and
we
then you
don't
had to
right. Like we don't
you hit a
necessarily
ceiling,
need
and
to
then you had
have.
to add stands.
uh,
You do Master Chief, then Kratos, and then Goku.
I refuse. I refuse unless it's the Goku from uh, Yuyuki, the Nintendo game on the NES. In which case, let's do it.
Best I can do is Dragon Ball GT.
Nope. But yeah, Master Chief is he's somewhere around a soft yes. Yeah, just like the character is like a oh fuck yeah, it's a great one to go. But it's like, is it now? It's now when you do it. That's the question.
I feel that Cloud and perhaps someone like Ezio could be that moment for us this time.
True.
Yeah.
Although Cloud's moment is kind of broken by Sora getting in first. But it's still
Right.
Final fucking Fantasy.
Mhm.
And I think a lot of fans would see it, like, I know we already added Cloud, but I think a lot of fans would see it as like, okay, well, you added in Sora, so Cloud has to be next, right?
Yeah. It's like you better put Cloud in or Goofy. There's nowhere else to go besides those two.
And then we get Lightning.
I would rather go for Goofy.
No, I can't say that, but I feel you. Last character, Oliver.
A teeny tiny yes. I love Ni no Kuni, but at this point, it's like on the release schedule, maybe kind of a non-entity.
Yeah. Although I'm biased, it was a game that was made by Level 5 and Studio Ghibli.
Oh, yeah, I'm 100% with you there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Honestly,
I would
Studio Ghibli
say-
is a good argument.
What was that?
Studio Ghibli is honestly a good argument.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. It's
Like
fair.
people say that Dragon Quest here is the closest that we're gonna get to having an anime character in Smash because designed by Akira Toriyama, but Oliver designed by Studio Ghibli. I mean, that's the same kind of deal.
Mhm. Perhaps even more so because Toriyama is a legend, but that's very shonen. Studio Ghibli's like everyone.
Yeah,
It's everything.
classical.
It's very, very much Japanese Disney essentially. If you have to draw an equivalent. Okay, we did it.
I'm just gonna stick with it. What?
No, we actually had Johnny. You jumped the gun there.
Oh,
Also,
Oh,
you were gonna
what?
stick with.
Yes.
Okay. Needed to get the confirmation out there. I'm a soft on Oliver's. It's a lot of unfamiliarity, but I see the reasoning with him. So the analysis I got from all this is that Ezio is the number one between the three of us. Ezio is the only one that did not get anything. I don't think he even got a soft from any of us. I think it was all yeses or above, or at the very least, he didn't go below a soft. So it sounded like Ezio would be the next one if I'm analyzing things here correctly, and that the I think a doll might be the next highest of them, or Chun-Li or Alucard, or I'm not entirely sure.
my read on it. My read on it is Ezio, yes, and then Chun-Li, and I think Chun-Li may be second, actually, and then Adele third, from what I gathered.
Also, what
Because
think?
Ozza had said hell yes on Chun-Li and soft on
I
Adele.
did.
That's true. I forgot about that.
Soft on a doll. Huh. It's you for sure.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Well, for sure, I
Then-
agree.
So Etsu's for sure. That's going to be our third party character, and we can have up to 2 more.
Mhm. Yeah, there's choices here. Do you still feel that hell yes for Chun-Li, Anza, or?
Yes.
Okay, I can see the argument at this point because she is extremely, we don't want to discount characters for lack of pedigree per se, but consider her pedigree. We talk about how we want better representation across all manners of categories here. Like there's a huge gender gap in actual Smash and in most gaming, so she's an amazing female character to include. Would be unique compared to Ryu, even though they live in the same franchise. The second best, or the second most appearances from any Capcom character, or perhaps any video game character in any crossovers. So there's a lot to consider there, even though she's a second from another franchise. And on that same hand, I feel like some of the other heavy hitters, Master Chief may not be a need at this point, only because we don't want to blow everything all at once.
Right.
A doll, my issue, I don't have an issue with the doll per se, but my issue with the RPG characters overall, being forthright, including a doll makes the chances of Zale or Aaron much, much lower. And they all kind of exist. They all kind of exist in that same space, right? So, kind of assessing their various movesets and what a doll can do at this point and what Zale can do at this point per se. Like those two characters in particular are very, very similar.
Yeah, but fuck you.
Remember when I said that there was going to be blood? So actually, there is something I've learned about Adal in the E series that I was kind of looking up on the side, and I found out that apparently its reception has been very mixed over the years. Like the first 2 games were apparently received very well, and the third game, the people in charge was like, "We want you to completely change the genre here," and it just tanked. And then for years, it was like in a very low position. Other companies tried making East games. And it wasn't really until I think about this part in the timeline where East was starting to make a comeback. So it's a couple things that you can look at it with that. One, would they want to add in a series rep that has had troubled history? But also, is this potentially a way to be like, hey, let's lift you back up. Let's bring you back into the public eye. Raise your stock, if you will, and try to breathe some life and things and make East and Adult more popular. Because we know it's true. Smash brings eyes to games. It does.
Yeah.
So I think there's an argument either way there for Adult. Something that I'm kind of curious about, also your 3 characters that you have here left in your board from the third party side, Adult, Prince, and Oliver. Hypothetically, if you could only include one of them, who would you most go to bat for? Who would you beat Jonno and me in the face with a baseball bat to say, I want this character?
Oliver.
Oliver.
Yeah. Studio Ghibli anime character rep. Yeah.
Also, compared to other JRPG characters, is less about swordplay, more about magic and summoning, which is unique compared to the vast majority, not just the characters we have here, but of the rest of the JRPG genre.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it was a really big game at the time, even though we only are really getting. I'm blanking on the name. The Wrath of the White Witch, the PS3.
Yeah, Wrath of the White Witch is the most recent game.
Mm-hmm.
But
there was there was like a game on like the DS as well.
Hmm.
It was Japan only as well.
Yeah.
I think White Witch was actually like a 3D remake of that game.
It was a 3D
Basically.
remake of the first game,
Hmm.
whatever that was.
So I mean, you have your Nintendo representation. He appeared on a Nintendo platform and then blew up on the PS3 with a really high profile RPG. So yeah, there's merit there. You can kind of refer to Joker's inclusion in Ultimate and be
Yeah.
like, oh, it's like that. It's like that. And I'm definitely not against Oliver. He he again the Drippy and the other number of like monster summons that he has, along with his magic and also his twig that he fights with, those all definitely set him apart.
The only thing that I think the strongest argument against Oliver is that the original version of his first game didn't release outside of Japan, and even Wrath of the White Witch did not release outside of Japan until January 2013, which granted is less than a month after the deadline that we have for this. So they would know that it's going to be going there, so that's not really a problem. Um, but it's just something to bring up there. Uh, and honestly, Studio Ghibli is actually a good argument for this character because it allows Nintendo to try and hit a new category of consumer, the Ghibli fan base. Like, yeah, they may not have played Ni no Kuni, who knows, but they'll be like, "Oh wait, this was made by Ghibli. Maybe I want to check this out." And I think that's a lot more likely than a fucking American-made cartoon game or whatever.
Sure, and later, I would also say two other things actually in Oliver's favor. Developed by Level 5, but published by Namco, who at this point is developing Smash.
True. Well, helping too.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, Nintendo. I mean, they've semi proven that they want to engage, that broader Eastern fan base because, look at Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. I think most people can draw the Ghibli relation to the graphics. So yeah,
Discussing all this, honestly, I'm leading Oliver as third party number 4.
I'm cool with it.
Hell yeah.
I think it'd be a very different JRPG pick.
Mm-hmm.
And while his series may not have as much wider knowledge about it, Bayonetta was a baby when she got added to Smash.
Mm-hmm.
So
He's in.
he's in.
Amazing.
All right,
Got
we can only have one more third party at max. Alternatively, we can have 2 more Nintendos.
I think this is a good opportunity to pare down that field a little more.
Yeah.
Yeah. Those guys we gave soft yeses, Rosalina and Skull Kid. My say at this point would be like, get out of here.
Yeah.
Agreed. Rosalina and Skull Kid are dead.
Shame.
Rest in peace.
Rest in Reese's Pieces.
Along with the ET games in the landfill.
Oh god, I've played that game. It doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for what you're doing. I'm just running around and then I get thrown into a hole and it's like, okay, I get out of the hole. What am I doing after that? I don't know. Then I get thrown into a hole and it's like thrilling.
Yeah.
Man, sometimes looking at the board and trying to figure out who's left is a mess. Wow, we have 3 Nintendo characters left.
3 Nintendo characters and 4 third parties?
Yeah. So Wii Fit Trainer, Aeron, and Zale are the last remaining Nintendo characters. At least one of them has to make it in. And then either Chun-Li, Alucard, Master Chief, Prince of El Cosmos, or Adol may get in.
Mhm.
Wow.
So it
Wow.
is. May I make one more cut suggestion?
Is it? No, you know what? Actually, yes. Go for it.
Chief, for the arguments we made.
Okay. Awesome.
Yep.
All right.
Yeah.
Chief is out. I'll be
Maybe
honest.
he'll
I
get a
thought
chance.
going to this episode that he was going to make it, but I mean the arguments make sense.
Mm-hmm. Here we are.
I'm going to make another cut.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
When we've talked about the character, when we've talked about Chun-Li and Alucard, there's been there's been significantly more interest in Chun-Li than there has been in Alucard. Since we can only have one more of them anyways, I think that means Alucard is out.
Agreed.
All right.
I love the guy, but you know what can you do with so little space?
Yep.
Oh, buddy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 left.
So here's the question at this point. We have to answer this now. Do we think that we should have 2 Nintendo characters added, or 1 Nintendo character and 1 more third party? What do we feel like here?
I feel like the fairest option would probably be 1 third party and 1 Nintendo.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hard
Yeah.
as that is to say, because there's this is interesting, this final lot.
All right. Then let's figure out who that final Nintendo character is going to be. Wii Fit Trainer versus Zale versus Aaron. Do we have any hard opinions?
I feel like they'll be coming from Jonno.
You know, I would advocate for going against the grain, but that may just me. I mean, I see the argument for Wii Fit Trainer. These 3 characters, none of them are necessarily in need at this point. So, you know, go with what you feel is best, I guess. And for me, that would be Zale or Aaron.
I feel like the argument here is Wii Fit Trainer Wii Fit rather, bigger name with the game, more eyes on it, more people know of it. It gets a completely different sector of Nintendo and gaming than these other characters. But that said, we have several other characters that are in the more wacky side of things. Waluigi, Tingle, Marshall, the Mii, Duck Hunt, Balloon Fighter, Porky, even, you could say. Meanwhile, Aaron and Zale are more technically interesting as a moveset wise and as a character, because, you know, Wii Fit Trainer has no character. They are just a being. But their games pale in comparison. Not in terms of content, but in terms of sales and reception and general knowledge. So do you go for what people are going to know, or do you go for what is going to be more interesting gameplay wise?
Right. You know, and it's making a mountain versus a molehill. Wii Fit Trainer being that mountain. There's not much you can say against the inclusion, the singular idea of including Wii Fit Trainer, as it also happened in our reality. But you do put up a good point. The Mii's represent like the Wii hardware side. Duck Hunt's also another hardware rep. Then you have all of the weird, oddball choices. Waluigi, Tingle, Marshall, Porky, all kind of take that, whoa, this happened, like shock and awe, kind of pulls that out of Wii Fit Trainer's equation. Because arguably Tingle or Waluigi would really dredge up most of that.
Yeah.
So
I do think there is room to go for the Guster with something different, but I will say that's 100% me. That's my bias. I will not get over it. So it's up to you two to say, like, if you want to go Wii Fit Trainer, that's fine. I get it.
Asa?
I'm sorry, Jonno.
Well, I think that tells us everything. Just those 2 words. It's all 3 words. It's all we need to be like, fuck off, Jonno, I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, something else I will say with Era and Zale, and this is perhaps unfair. Project Rainfall had 3 games, and if you include 2 out of the 3, that, like, anytime you have like a trio of things, and you can get the choice of including 1, 2, or 3 of the trio, it always, or I guess, or 0. It always feels weird to me when you include 2 of a trio and not a third.
Yeah.
It just always feels weird.
But I get it.
It's like having a fire type starter and a water type starter would be playable, but not a grass type starter.
So what you're saying is we should include Zale and Era because that absolutely happens in Smash.
What I'm saying is we should bring back Superior. No. I mean, honestly, if the slots lined out for it, you would be able to convince me of that. And that's part of why I asked about if we want to have 1 third party and 1 Nintendo, or just 2 Nintendos. And you said 1 Nintendo, 1 third party.
Oh, don't blame it on me. Blame it on the system.
Listen,
No,
I
no,
crafted this system. Fuck you. So you have to, despite what a previous guest may have told to us before, you have to have order when you're doing something like this, or you can't not have complete chaos. There needs to be a structure. And with that, it sounds like we're having Wii Fit Trainer as our final Nintendo character. And Aaron and Zale may get their chance another day. Jonno will now be seething, quietly or otherwise, for the rest of this episode. I see he has chosen a quiet route.
No, I won't, because there's one more point I have to make when we get to it.
About Aaron and Zale?
No, not about them.
About Chun-Li?
No, it's absolutely Chun-Li who should be the final third party.
Okay, pitch it. Because I remain unconvinced, so pitch it.
All of the reasons I had already mentioned. The highest pedigree. You mentioned order. She's your order pick.
I don't know how that makes sense comparing her to Order.
We have a lot of chaos picks.
It makes sense coming from the perspective of her having the most legacy and iconicity, still bringing something to the table as a female fighting game character.
Okay, I did not know what you meant, but thank you both for explaining what you meant by order, because that made no sense to me. It's like, what? It's like, yeah, we do have a lot of goofier characters, and I think a doll would be a serious option. Principal Cosmos, though, is absolutely another goofy character.
Get him out of here.
I think he'd be funny. I'm hearing get him out of here. And I'm fine with that, which means the final decision is between Chun-Li and Adol Kristen. We know Jonno's vote. So easy. I'm in the middle. Aza, you're a hell yes
lady.
for Chun. Alright, I don't even finish the fucking question. It's Chun-Li, I guess. Jesus Christ. Can't even, do the build-up. Thank you. I guess.
Whatever.
Trying to do a show here.
Sorry.
But alright, Chun-Li is in. So we have now broken the barrier of third-party franchises only having 1 character, because she is our second Street Fighter rep. And unlike Kin and Dumb Boy Richter, listen, we all know he did a dumb thing. I can call him that. She's not an Echo fighter or a clone, because you cannot make her one of you. You just can't. Sephiroth would later do the thing, but Sephiroth's a weird edge case. But that's it. That is our set of things. Smash for 3DS and Wii U has its roster. These 20 characters will be joining the Brawl roster we previously set up, and we now have 75 playable characters in Smash. Oh dear God!
Wonder how the
Too
3DS
many.
will run that.
You wonder how what?
The 3DS will run that.
Fuck the 3DS.
Yeah, this is a Wii U release.
Yeah, fuck it. Too many characters? Well, guess what? The next episode is adding 25 more.
God.
Oh, why would you
Oh,
do that
yeah.
to yourself?
Well, you know what? Fuck it. Fuck it. Because we are crazy people. But before we can go ahead and close things out, let's go ahead and do our recap of every character that is joining the roster at this point. Oh God. Waluigi, Dixie Kong, Tingle, Viridi, Porky Minch. I'm looking across all three rosters to make sure I don't forget anybody. So somebody please keep me on track. Robin, Pokemon Ranger and Zoroark, Shulk, Wii Fit Trainer, me, Marshall, Duck Hunt, Balloon Fighter, Chun-Li, Cloud Strife, Phoenix Wright, Ezio Auditore, and Oliver. Did I miss anyone?
Tingle.
Yep.
I said I missed Bandanity.
Yep.
And I
Yeah,
might have
yeah,
missed
yeah.
Viridi.
No, you said that.
But I absolutely did not miss Tingle. Fuck you.
I must really want to. I've heard a lot of that this episode.
All right, but that's that. Next time we're to jump to Smash Ultimate. We are going to be adding 25 more characters. Our deadline this time around is December 16th, 2015. Actually, that's not accurate. I never wrote in the new date. Wait a minute. Give me a moment. Wait, is that? I don't think that's. Did I never update it? I might have. The
You
deadline
done
should.
fuck up?
I mean, potentially. Look, I'm just trying to find because that was the original date I wrote that, and then we found out when the project name for Ultimate actually was finished, which is the same date that the Bayonetta reveal trailer for Smash 4 went live. Did I really? All right, that's it. I'm just looking at the Smash Wiki because, fuck it. So I want to make sure I put this information out in the world correctly. If I can fucking find it. God damn. No, that's... Oh, no, that's not that. Okay, here's her reveal trailer. When was this posted? Oh. Maybe it was then. All right, so yeah, see, pretty much in December 2015 is our deadline this time around. Oh, I think I know what it was. I think I originally had it in like June of 2016. That's where I had my mind all fucked up. It's late. Fuck you. So yeah, that's going to be our deadline for this next one. We're adding in 25 characters. And this time, unlike previous episodes, well, actually, I don't know, we might change that. There may or may not be a limit to third parties this time around. I don't know. This might be the time when we remove that limit. Jonno and I will discuss it when we're done. I don't know. But that's it for here. We've got our characters. AZA,
Yeah.
are you ready to be free?
Please.
Jonno,
It's
should we
been
stick?
so long.
Jonno, do we have any room in the basement with all of our other guests?
Huh?
Yeah.
Don't worry about it. All right.
Are
We
there
might
windows?
need to. No,
Oh,
there are
no.
not. There are rats in chains, and there's some company in there. Whale Trail and Flame Zone and Ebit are all there. You can hang out with them in the basement.
Well, see ya. I'm out.
Jonno,
I'm
quick,
out
get
of
her.
this.
Get them.
No. No.
Jacob!
No.
Jacob's calling for you.
Get me out of here.
AZA.
There is no escape.
Oh,
There is no room in hell.
I am
Anyway,
hell.
you are hell? That's awkward. Anyways, we done here. Next time, a new guest, new game, bunch of new characters. It's going to be a longer episode, most likely. I cry already. But we're done. Goodbye. So long. Farewell. And please stop eating my food.
Okay.
No promises.
That's why you're going in the basement.
Ah! Oh.